Right? So, is that possible? Like the repost helps like a ton. It helps more than you could possibly ever understand or imagine. So much. So much. All right, guys, we are going to go ahead and get started here. Again, if you could tap the screen, share the live. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 8,000 likes. And send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. If you are a Trump supporter, get in the box. If you are not a Trump supporter, please do not request up. We're not talking to friendlies. We're only looking for some debates. Trump supporters, be aware. My chat is not your safe space. So if you are, for some reason, confused and think that my chat is your safe space, you will be blocked. I'm sorry, not blocked, muted. Not blocking you guys. We are muting you, right? And we will mute you in the sense that we want you to come up and have a conversation. Like I cultivate this actual space for you guys to get in here and share how you feel. But the thing is we don't care how you feel from the comments. We only care about how you feel on the panel from the box. What do you mean safe space? Raw Diggity, are you a Trump supporter? I guess that's my first question. Raw Diggity, are you a Trump supporter? Before I answer that question, are you a Trump supporter? I think we're all good. We're all set up. Let's go ahead and kick it off. Welcome in, folks.
Now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here. You better take your best swing.
Bow now, Mike High.
Who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate. This a mind game. Facts type lies get left in chain. One wrong word get slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok tease. This a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Great stats will get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit.
Hey, what up, Dolphin? I appreciate you so much. Ain't no
rules, no plan, no script.
One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield.
Better know your stuff
or you get revealed.
Hey, step in, don't you wanna?
Yeah.
Sparring with Santana. I don't care what you claim or your background. Facts only if not get clapped down. Whether you're left or right
or you don't even vote.
If your logic is weak,
I'll sink your boat.
You talk slick, but you ain't got sword. Just vibes, that ain't power, that's force. I'm the test, the trap, the trip, the call.
Hey,
once, I'm snatching it all.
Let go.
Step in if you dare. Get hard
like a punch in the air. Hey, Debbie's in the chat. Timber, thank you so much for the galaxy. Let's fucking go.
Real quick.
No cap, no shield.
Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna sparring with Santana.
Yeah.
Step in if you dare.
No, Tucker, you're the GOAT. You are, Tucker.
Ain't no rules, no plan, no script.
One wrong.
Get good real quick.
Hey.
No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed.
Yeah.
Step in, don't you wanna sparring with Santana. Yeah.
This ain't just
safe place.
It is not.
This is flame
it
space.
absolutely is.
Don't you wanna sparring with Santana?
Let's go. Hey Mooka. Hey Wolfie Angel. Edward Maybe. Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana, one-on-one debates with Trump supporters. If you are a Trump supporter, get in the box. Hey, cool. If you're someone that supports Donald Timothy Trump, get in the box. We are absolutely here for some debates. And when I say absolutely, I mean, I want to know, why is it that you still support Donald Trump when he is literally telling you it's time to grab your boots? And not the ones with the straps, but the ones with army fatigue, right? Donald Trump is actively leading us into war on multiple fronts, right? What he did, it's been over 24 hours, right, in Venezuela. And the thing that he did was absolutely create a power vacuum. Absolutely created a power vacuum. He's trying to steal oil. He's increasing immigration. He's saying, F Congress. But don't forget, this is just a distraction. we still want those Epstein files. MAGA, we still want those Epstein files. One rule, all of 2026, if you crash out, you lose. MAGA, if you crash out, you lose. I'm sorry, I'm not doing that. Not doing that. With that being said, only request up if you are a Trump supporter. We are only looking for some debates. Please do not request up if you are not a Trump supporter. We're not talking to friendlies. We are only looking for some debates. Also, please don't request up and do the weird shit. I mean, seriously, like, you know what's interesting? I would think by now that you guys would have like something original, something cool, something new. Like this has to be, it has to be old for you guys. It has to absolutely be old for you guys that you guys continue to do like the weird shit. I don't want to do the weird shit, especially not tonight. I have no patience for the weird shit. So if you are in the request and you're here for the weird shit, please leave. I will block you. Please and thank you. Hi, are you a Trump supporter?
Yo, what does Satan look like?
Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
You said yes?
Yeah.
Your TV's kind of loud. Can you either turn that down or step away from it? So Joshua, again, I'm a little confused as far as why you decided to come up to do the weird shit, right? You're literally doing the same thing that the last person did, but unless it's just you. So one of two things are true, right? Either you're unoriginal and mediocre, which I'm positive is factual, right? It's absolutely factual. The fact that you are mediocre, or that's the best you got. And if that's the best that you got, it's sad. I feel bad for you guys. MAGA, Trump supporters, I feel bad for you guys. And to be honest, right, let's be very clear. The reason why they chat, for anyone that's confused why they're doing the things that they do, why they keep coming up and they keep like playing, you know, We Are Charlie Kirk and doing all this other stuff, it's because they don't have anything else. They don't have a defense for Donald Trump. They don't have an argument. They don't have anything of substance. They just, you know, have the fifis in their tum-tum. That's why they keep doing what they did. Also, I'm just going to say this, like, you guys should let Charlie Kirk rest in peace, right? You guys should absolutely let Charlie Kirk rest in peace. Charlie Kirk has done his time, and now he's looking up at all of us and hoping that his initiative doesn't continue to falter. And he's watching his wife make moves on JD Vance. Like, God damn it, he's got to deal with all that heat. I'm sure his neck hurts, and you guys won't leave him the fuck alone with that song. Like, what the fuck are we even doing? Anyway, only request up if you are a Trump supporter. We are only looking for some debates. Only request up. We are only looking for some debates. Hi, are you a Trump supporter?
Oh my God, I accidentally hit up. I am so sorry.
No worries, I'll drop you down. Thank you. Lainey, you said looking up says the atheist. Wait, hold on. Yeah, looking up at all this says the atheist. Oh, okay. I'm gonna I'm gonna mute you. I'm gonna send you a request. Come up here and tell me about it, Bob. I would love to hear your perspective. I'm gonna mute you, but it's not because like that, but I'm muting you because like that. Lua, you're up here, but you are teacupped. Are you a Trump supporter? Lua, are you a Trump supporter? Okay, gonna drop you down. I guess that's where we are, right? I guess that's where we are. Hey, you said W Trump? Yeah, sure. Hey, I'm gonna mute you. And I'm not even gonna send you a request to come up, right? And that's because one, I know you're not gonna come up, but two, you're probably one of those trolls and I refuse to engage. Who's Jody? Who's Jody? Someone said Jody get in the box. I don't see a Jody. I don't see a Jody. Where's a Jody? I don't see a Jody. Okay, whatever. Hey mods, if I miss someone, you guys know what to do. If I don't see them, put them in the cocaine clutch. We don't play those games here. Our chat is not their safe space. Our chat is for the beautiful people that actually are on the right side of history. MAGA, you're on the wrong side of history. Listen, so the thing that I haven't heard people talking about when it comes to Venezuela, and this has been a conversation that's been like all across the TikToks, right? But the missing piece to the conversation has been that like literally Donald Trump has positioned the rest of the world to fight for Venezuela. I mean, we can also talk about the fact that Donald Trump, you can't fucking go take over countries. But he's positioned Russia, Iran, multiple countries to stand up and say, hey, this belongs to me. Hi, are you a Trump supporter?
I am not, but mind if I say one thing as a Canadian?
I do. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Listen, I appreciate you so very much, and love to my neighbors from the north, but I promise you, we are only looking for some debates. I appreciate you. You can drop it in the chat, and if I see you, I might respond to it. But I'm literally just, you know, trying to get some debates going. Yeah, like I was saying though, Donald Trump created this power vacuum that is now being filled by Russia's rushing to fill the power vacuum. The current VP / now new president is looking to fill the power vacuum. You have Iran, you have so many former politicians or former political figures in Venezuela that's trying to step up. And then you also have the criminal element. The criminal element. Where's Jody? I don't see a Jody. I keep saying you guys adding Jody, but I don't see Jody. And mods, how are we letting Jody slide by? Again, send Jody a request. Mute Jody and send Jody a request. Why do I not see this Jody person? Jody's getting too comfortable in my comments, and I don't like that. There we go. Oh, Jody was here. There we go. Hold on. Hi, Jody. Are you a Trump supporter?
No, I'm not. I'm your Aussie supporter.
Oh, well, are you who everyone's talking to?
Yeah, I asked a question that wasn't political, but everyone started saying get in the box. But
Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to drop you down.
cool.
Appreciate you. Guys, only request up if you are a Trump supporter. We are only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter. We are only looking for some debates. Yes. Raw Diggity. Oh, there you are. Hey, Raw Diggity, are you a Trump supporter? I'm going to send you a request before I mute you. But if you don't accept the request, then I'm going to mute you. Because the question I had was, are you a Trump supporter? Raw Diggity, are you a Trump supporter?
I voted for Trump.
Okay. Okay. And so if you had to vote today, knowing what you know, and you had to pick one of the two, either Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you vote for?
I would still vote for Trump.
Okay. Okay. I can dig it. Hey, so I see you follow me, so I'm sure you know who I am, right?
Yeah, I've been up a long time ago, but we got like knocked off. I think it was TikTok maybe went the extra finicky phase. I don't remember saying anything.
Yeah, the app has been a little finicky and all this other stuff. Okay, no worries. Well, listen, Raw Diggity, I know you know who I am. But would you mind if I give everyone just a quick introduction to who I am and what this is?
Sure, that's great.
Perfect. One moment here.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the main event. Let's get ready to rumble!
Guys, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana, one-on-one debates with Trump supporters. If you're a Trump supporter, get in the box. If you're someone that supports Donald Timothy Trump, get in the box. We are only looking for some debates. Hey, let it ring and clear it out. We are only looking for some debates, guys. Please do not request up if you're not a Trump supporter. If you're not a Trump supporter, tap the screen, share the live. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 100,000 likes. Also, send your daily heart me. It's only 1 coin. It'll help boost the live and push us out to the FYP. I'm going to keep resetting the daily gift goal to these little 1-cent gift goals. If we can keep knocking those out, it'll help boost the live as well and get more people in here so we can have these debates. So, hey, guys, lock in, right? Do all the wonderful things. All right, raw diggity. So you are a Trump supporter, and you know, the day of our Lord, January 4th, 2026, after Donald Timothy Trump has stolen a president, stolen a bunch of oil, stolen a country, you still somehow support him. And I'm just a little confused as far as how so, because like, not only what he's doing is completely wholly unethical, it's no precedence for it on the international stage, and even more so, like Congress has not greenlit him. I thought like one of the reasons why so many people supported Donald Trump was because there were no new wars under his first regime, and he ended all these wars, you know, prior to this. So like, what's the deal?
Well, I guess one of the reasons why I voted for him was because I liked the way things went the last time around. I will admit that this time around, things are kind of
right.
Things are kind of like not how I wanted them to be, but still going forward, like he doesn't seem like totally abstractly like different from other presidents of the past.
Really?
But okay, so we got Bush makes a war over lots of people die for no reason. And Obama, I would say Obama seemed to it seems like Obama was bringing things down, but you still have a million drone strikes, you know what I'm saying? During him more than anybody, but maybe he had to make them, you know what I'm saying? And during Biden, I absolutely was totally disgusted with the way they were handling the Russia-Ukraine situation. And if I boil it down to my problem, this is one of my main beefs with it. The whole idea, the message was basically give Ukraine more weapons so they can win the war. From my position, they can't win the war, first of all. And it's a regional dispute that is probably only going to be solved not in 100%. Unfortunately, I'm not saying it's a good thing. If we could go back in time, I would rather this never happen, the whole Ukraine problems. But there was internal problems that were not, I'm not saying that Russia didn't have any part in the internal problems any time in history, but there were internal problems. And the problem I saw was there's internal problems that had to somehow come to a solution, and giving weapons and winning the war is not going to happen. So the idea of Trump's idea was to stop the war, stop the dying. Got it.
Okay. Yeah, no, listen. The one thing that I'm not a fan of, right, is relitigating why people voted the way they voted, right? It's been over a year. It's a moot point, right? We're coming up on a complete year of Timothy being in office. And so I think relitigating why people made the decision that they made, it's, you know, pointless. But what I do find value in, and that's why, you know, the question persists, is if knowing what you know today, would you still vote for him? And you saying yes, like that's the thing, right? So it sounds like you said that you had your gripes specifically about how the last administration handled Russia-Ukraine. And Donald Trump specifically said that he would end the Russia-Ukraine war within 24 hours of being elected, not of being in power, but 24 hours of being elected. And not only did he not stop the war within 24 hours of being elected or 24 hours of being sworn in or whatever the case may be, it's going on almost a complete year of Donald Trump having power. And the war is no closer to being over than it was. And even more so, Donald Trump has given Ukraine more weapons, given Ukraine more funding, given them everything needed to try to win the war. And Donald Trump has even specifically said, not only does he think that they can regain the land that they lost, but he said that he thinks that they can win the war. So help me square the circle, Raw Diggity, right? Donald Trump is standing in opposition of you specifically. Donald Trump his stance is we need to continue to support Ukraine. We need to have them fight Russia, and they can not only win their land back, but win the war. So how do you make that one work?
Listen, maybe there's some development that I've not heard of, but I don't remember the idea of them winning. I guess I haven't been following politics that closely, but I don't know what you're talking about as far as him talking about winning more land. I do understand that he's maybe gotten irritated somewhat with Russia, but I didn't see anywhere where he's totally abandoned the whole idea of the whole peace deal. And,
yeah, no. I'm not saying that he abandoned the idea of a peace deal, right? I mean, like he last week, I guess now you can call it, because today is Sunday and technically Sunday is the start of a new week. But last week, Donald Trump had President Zelensky in the White House, and he said that there was a peace agreement that was now closer than ever. But as soon as Zelensky left, Putin claimed that, oh, his house was being attacked and they bombed more. They bombed Kyiv, right, the capital, and all this other stuff. And so now it seems like, again, there's even less hope of peace, right? But specifically, Donald Trump said that Ukraine could win back that land. So I guess to make it super simple, why aren't you holding Donald Trump accountable for not ending the war like he said that he would?
First of all, I already know certain of Trump's problems, because I will say, and I don't always act as much of an adult as I should, but I am an adult and I do have some adult understandings. Mm-hmm. To me, he is very exaggerating person, and I understood when I voted for him that you can't just necessarily win a war in a day. I'm not saying it can't happen, because I remember the Israelis a long time ago, they had a 7-day war and they won it in 7 days. All right, but that doesn't always happen, and I understand. And what's unfortunate to me, and I will say it's unfortunate, but I still feel he's closer to my side of things even still, because you have to win that war, you have to recognize the underlying causes and try and fix that. If you understand, you can't just put pressure on it necessarily. I would maybe handle things a little different, but what I would still do, and I don't say that I don't like this, and it's not something I necessarily want to do in my heart, but I think is maybe necessary, and I already felt this way. And I can think of another person whose term used to be a Trump supporter. His name is Hunter Howell, and he went the opposite way, and he disagrees with me here. But you still have to give Ukraine weapons to hold the line. To me, I say to hold the line, but not to win the war. Those are the because. So
let me ask you this, Raw Diggity, because like I agree, right? I think that we have to continue to support Ukraine, not just in the sense of like Russia, but more so sense of like our agreements, the Budapest Memorandum, right? The fact that we actually signed an agreement with Ukraine and Russia, right? That's something that not a lot of people talk about. The fact that Russia was a part of the Budapest Memorandum, and a part of that stated that if Ukraine gave up their nuclear missiles, which they had a massive stockpile, right, because of the fall of the Soviet Union, so like blah blah blah, right? And a part of them giving up those weapons is that if Russia invaded, the United States would step in and help defend them, right? So I think that us upholding our agreements as a country, from no matter which presidency it is super important, unless we get an act of Congress to remove ourselves from certain agreements. So we have to do that. But If you, right, I understand it being hyperbolic, that thinking that Donald Trump would end the war in 24 hours, that's unreasonable. I think that him saying that and people actually feeding into it was insane, but I'm not going to say, oh, he hasn't done it. But Donald Trump has prolonged the war. I know you said that you haven't really been paying as much attention as you should have, but like Donald Trump has flip-flopped multiple times, right? In the sense of either stopping intelligence, stopping funding, giving funding, exceeding additional funding, saying that he wasn't going to send the Tomahawk missiles, sending certain missiles. Like, he's been going back and forth. And if nothing else, it seems like Donald Trump has prolonged this war with Russia and Ukraine. So again, how do you square that circle when you want the war over? And that was one of the premises that you were hoping for when you voted for him. But now, as we stand here in the day of our Lord, January 4th, 2026, it seems like there's more war than ever before, and it has a direct correlation with Donald Trump's policies.
Well, still, like, when it came to the, he still is from a different policy position is one of the things. And the thing is, during the Biden administration, we didn't even have, that I cannot remember, really, maybe there had been one, but involved with, what's his name? Biden, any peace talks. I know there was some peace things going on, but apparently Boris Johnson, maybe it was after the fact, but around that time, he was, pressing for more fighting, is basically, to paraphrase it maybe somewhat badly. So it seemed like the West was pushing for the fighting, but at least Trump has had peace talks and tried to push it in the peace direction. But the problem is, I think he's right there, but his methods are maybe not going to cut it. But sooner or later, I hope that everybody comes to understanding. And I understand what you're saying about flip-flopping, which can kind of be annoying. But I guess also the Zelensky, maybe not Zelensky, but Putin's probably might be doing a little, I don't even know, because I haven't been following it that closely. Might be doing a little bit of flip-flop.
Yeah. So let me make sure I clarify a couple of things. One, Joseph Robinette Biden absolutely had peace talks, right? He held peace talks. The difference between Joseph Robinette Biden and Donald Timothy Trump is Biden never actually invited Putin into America, right? So there's that. But he definitely met with Putin multiple times in seeking to gain an end to the war. Now, he took a firmer position with Russia than Donald Trump has, but I still don't think even Biden did what was necessary to end the war, right? Because Biden was tepid and hesitant as far as signing off on like long range missiles and things that would have possibly really put a dent in the war with Russia. But with that being said, he never faltered in the support for Ukraine, where Donald Trump has flip-flopped and faltered in the support of Ukraine. So the point of saying like, oh, there's now peace talks. No, there's been peace talks before, but the peace talks don't really matter when Donald Trump is actively prolonging the war.
But the problem is the war, when under the Biden administration, the whole push, as far as I could see, was to give more weapons and talking about.
I'm sorry, one second, Raw Diggity. Red Lady Red. So you and I have never had the pleasure of speaking before. I've seen you across in other spaces and places. And so you may be a little bit confused about my space, right? Because you were in other spaces and they let you yap. Hey, guess what, Red Lady Red? You don't get to do that in my comment section. So I've muted you, but I am fair. I am just. I sent you an invite. Come on up. Tell me about it. You don't get to talk in my comments. There we go. Red Lady Red and Raw Diggity.
That's the point.
No, you can't. Not in my comments. This is an absolute dictatorship here in my space. With that being said,
and you speak against a dictatorship, but you are
shushies, bud.
The fucking hypocrite.
Shushies. Listen, yes. This is my space. And so since this is my space, I control how my space is ran. And when I say Trump supporters don't get to actually yip yap in my chat. It's because I give you a platform to speak. Now, when you do come up and speak, we're going to have an actual back and forth dialogue like me and Raw Diggity have. Remember, all 2026, if you crash out, you lose. So I will give you the floor to actually speak. I don't want to mute you, but we're not going to actually speak over each other. So Raw Diggity, hold that thought for just 2 seconds. We're going to give the floor to Red Lady Red and allow her to speak. Red Lady Red, you said that I was lying. The floor is yours. How so?
You are lying. You just literally sat here and made it like Biden never condoned the war with Ukraine when Biden gave Ukraine the missiles after Russia told them not to help them with missiles. What are you talking about?
Okay, give me 1 second.
And they bombed them.
Okay, sure. Give me 1 second. Hey, Raw Diggity, I was speaking directly to you. You and I were having a back and forth conversation. At any point, did I say that Biden did not actually support Ukraine?
No.
Okay.
No, I don't.
Yes, you did.
Perfect. Perfect. I just wanted to check. Red Lady Red, this is another Trump supporter here, and this is who I was having a conversation with. So you may have been a little confused as far as what I said, so I'll restate it for you. Joe Biden never wavered in his support of Ukraine. I don't think that he did enough because he was tepid as far as the amount of support that he gave. And he took too long to actually do things like sign off on long range missiles that allowed Ukraine to actually bomb the capital of Russia. But I never said that he didn't support Ukraine. And I don't think that, I'm not saying that Donald Trump shouldn't support Ukraine. I think he should.
The war.
And so, yeah, I think that they should. I think both Biden should have, and I think Donald Trump should, because we signed an agreement to actually support Ukraine, and we signed this with Ukraine, Russia, and also other countries. And so it's our obligation to fulfill the support that we have for them. So that's my point. Well, I guess while she's muted, I'm going to say thank you to a couple of people. Guys, W's in the chat for Sanja, who sent a $2 donation saying, caller doesn't know about the war in Ukraine. Russia is sending in soldiers on horses or handcuffed to their commanders. They're trafficking Africans, or they're tricking Africans into signing contracts, and they'll be working in textiles factories and sending them straight to the front lines. Slavia, Ukraine. Holy smokes, that's wild. W's in the chat for Sean, who sent a $10 super chat to say, years ago, once a wise man said, "Captain, my captain," in reference to Lincoln. I dig how you captain. Your community is amazing too. Keep kicking in the doors, keep dropping knowledge, and lift your voice and yours. Absolutely, Sean. Thank you so much for that 10. Followed up by a $5 super chat to say, Mr. MAGA, you are very full of. Stop acting like Obama unalive Muslims is a problem for you. You cheer it all when Bush did it, and it's all a lie, coward. Holy shit, Sean. W's in the chat for Sean. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you is the best way to support the live. Everything is accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out, guys. 1.2 thousand of us hanging out here. Tap the screen. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 150,000 likes. Also, we have the daily gift goals of the little high bears. Can we knock those out, please? Can we please knock out the high bears? Red Lady Red, are you still there? Because you're muted.
Yes, I am. My background had got a little bit noisy.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. I didn't want to move back. I wanted to give you the floor. Did you hear what I said about me wanting both Biden to? I wanted Biden to support the war with Ukraine, and I want Trump to support the war with Ukraine.
Why do you want them to support the war with Ukraine?
Yeah. I'll say it again. It's all about us fulfilling our commitments, right? Because we signed an agreement not only with Ukraine, but with Russia and with other countries, saying that Ukraine had to give up their nuclear stockpile. And with doing so, if Russia invaded, then the United States would actually support them. And so I think that we have to fulfill our agreements across administrations unless there is a signage through Congress that says that we're pulling out certain agreements. I don't think that, hey, Raw Diggity, I'm going to mute you because you got some funny sounds happening. But I don't think that we should just like not fulfill our agreements as a country. We have to show that when we make an agreement that it has the ability to sustain through multiple administrations. And so like at no point have I ever condemned Donald Trump for supporting what's happening as far as Ukraine. I've only condemned him for his his approach with dropping support and then coming back and dropping and coming back. That's the problem that I have.
What about Ukraine not agreeing to the agreement that those countries over there had amongst each other?
What was the agreement?
About that, because isn't it about the territory? It's about territory, right?
Yeah, it's about territory. Russia,
right?
Russia's trying to take Ukraine.
No, a part of Ukraine,
right?
A part that was supposed to go back to Russia. If
that's not true.
Yes, it was. Oh, okay, so you saying that if it was an agreement, if they lost their sovereignty, they return back to Russia.
Ukraine is still a sovereign country. That's the point. You're absolutely right, but Ukraine is still a sovereign country. Like they're literally still a sovereign country.
That's not that's not the territory. The part that is, whatever his name is, control, is not the part of the country that Russia invaded. Are
you trying to say that when Russia annexed Crimea, that Crimea wasn't a part of Ukraine's sovereignty? Is that what you're saying?
When Russia invaded, it was about the territory of the country because their people left, their government just left.
No, that's not true. Russia annexed Crimea, and Crimea was still a part of Ukraine. But Russia said that Crimea belonged to them, and so that's why they took it. And so that's what started this entire conflict. The fact that Ukraine still had their sovereignty, and yet this country said, no, this actually belongs to us. This is just like if Russia just made the decision, because of course we know Alaska used to be a part of Russia, right? This would be just like if Russia said, hey, I'm going to take Alaska back from the United States. Red Lady Red, if Russia were to come and to take Alaska, should we say, okay, you can just have it? Or should we say, no, Alaska is a part of the United States and you're not allowed to just take a part of our country?
Per day arrangement, when that government left, that land should have went back to to Russia.
How would the government leave if Ukraine is still a sovereign country? Again, that is a same analogy. That would just be like you saying that, oh, the government in Alaska left. No, the government for Alaska is the entire United States of America. The entire United States of America still stands. Even if you want to say like Puerto Rico, right? The actual governing body for Puerto Rico is the United States of America. So even if there's issues within the area, the actual ruling government is the government that rules the entire country.
Hey, if you say so, but like I said, that land was supposed to go back to them once their government left.
I agree with you. I'm not saying that you're wrong in the sense of what's supposed to happen if Ukraine was no longer a sovereign country, but the issue is Ukraine is still a sovereign country. That's why they're fighting. I think there's a little bit of confusion as far as like what actually occurred, but yeah, no, I mean the whole point is.
Okay, explain it to me.
Sure, I'll explain one more time. A part of the actual agreement, right, when Ukraine gained their sovereignty, and then a part of how this actually worked with the split of the USSR, right, was that if the certain countries were to fall, right, specifically if Ukraine were to fall as a country, then the country of Ukraine would revert back to Russia. But Ukraine as a country still stands. And so it is not a part of Russia. Russia said, hey, this part right here, Crimea, that still belongs to us, even though it did not. And so Russia annexed Crimea. They went in, they took it, they said, this is actually Russia, this is not Ukraine. Even though within the agreed upon borders, when the USSR fell, Crimea was a part of Russia. I'm sorry, Crimea was a part of Ukraine. And so Russia is taking land that does not belong to them. So there was no actual faltering of the government. Russia is literally just saying this area belongs to us, so we're going to take it.
They not separated from Ukraine?
No.
So they didn't have their own government?
They had local government. Red Lady Red, what state do you live in?
Nevada.
Okay, you're in Nevada. Do you have your own governor?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have your own state legislation?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now with that being said, do you have your own since Nevada has their own governor and they also have their own state legislation, do they still adhere to the President of the United States and then the United States Congress?
What did you say?
Even though Nevada has their own governor and has their own state legislation, do they still have to adhere to the federal government and the U.S. Congress?
Yes.
That's the same thing. So even though there's local government that was in Crimea, they still funneled up and had to report to the federal level government, which was the governmental system of Ukraine. Chat, really quick, just FYI, we don't do the SLOW in the chat. That's ableism, and we don't do that here. Please, please, please be mindful and also be respectful. You guys know we don't play those games here, so please watch what you say in the comments. Sorry, Red Lady Red, the floor is yours.
Okay, so I was under the impression that even though the land sit in, is in Ukraine, that they was their own separate government and their government left.
No. You're more so thinking like a situation, let's say Cuba, right? Cuba, even though they're off the coast of the United States, they have their own governmental system. And I'm sure if for some reason the entire Cuba governmental system fell, then the United States would absolutely try to take Cuba. But Cuba still stands alone and it's not a part of the United States. The analogy for Crimea with Ukraine is more like Alaska with the United States.
Are you saying that, okay, it's like here in the United States, how we have the 50 states, right? And they still up under one. That's basically how it is. Okay.
Yep. And so Russia said, hey, this area, even though we agreed that this area was Ukraine, actually it's ours. So we're going to take it. And that's what caused the war. Guys, keep tapping the screen. Let's go ahead and get the likes up 200,000 likes. Let's get the likes up 200,000 likes. Look up at the top. If you see the word follow, you're not following me. Hit that follow button. Hit that follow button. Make sure you follow it. This is the main account. We're driving to 80,000 followers. We're trying to get this thing up to 80,000 followers. So follow the main account, but follow the backup account as well. And last but not least, if you would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and Linktree in the bio. Santana Speaks For You. Santana Speaks For You is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted and things appreciated. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Red Lady Red, now that we have a better understanding as far as what led to the actual war, do you agree with that? Do you agree with Russia saying like, hey, this is ours and we're going to take it?
I mean, if it's like how you say, then no, but.
Okay. All right, cool.
If they in a.
I'm sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Go ahead.
No, I interrupt you. Go ahead and finish the sentence. I apologize.
But if it isn't, then I still would have to question. Okay. Because I know all governments lie and all governments hide their hands, no matter what side they are.
Oh, I agree with you on that one. You are not, listen, you're not going to get any pushback on that one from me. All right. So kind of rolling this forward, then I have a question for you. So you and I can both agree, if it is the case that that Crimea is a part of Ukraine, then Russia should not have invaded and took it and said that it's theirs, right? You and I can agree on that part.
Yes.
Okay, cool. So do you agree with Donald Trump then being adamant about annexing Greenland? And the reason why I bring that up, right, is because Greenland does not belong to the United States.
Well,
Greenland,
I don't know anything about about that.
Sure,
So I really
and I'm going to explain it to you. Give me 1 second.
that.
I just want to know your thoughts, because Greenland is a part of Denmark, right? It's part of the Danish country, right? But it stands separate from the actual country. But stop it. But Greenland is a part. Greenland is a part of Denmark, right? And so Donald Trump, as of was it yesterday? Yeah, it was yesterday. Donald Trump, in the interview, doubled and tripled down again on about how we need Greenland and we're gonna get Greenland. And even Katie Miller, Stephen Miller's wife, who is the person that writes legislation for Donald Trump, she decided she was going to tweet out a picture of Greenland with a United States map on it that said soon. And this was again after Donald Trump talking about how we need Greenland, and that led the Danish governmental system to put a statement out and said that they want Donald Trump to stop threatening Greenland. How do you feel about Donald Trump threatening other countries, a part of other countries, to illegally take those countries?
Trying to take in what you said about Greenland, because I don't know too much about it. So you basically saying that Donald Trump wants to take Greenland, and he's basically want to take it without cause or reasoning?
Yeah, he just keeps saying that we need Greenland, and Greenland is a sovereign country under Denmark. At one point he was saying, "Oh, we're gonna buy it," and they're saying that it wasn't for sale, and so now he's reverted back to just saying we need it and we're gonna get it.
Just out the blue, out of nowhere. I mean, I'm trying to understand what the connection would be. I know, didn't America help them build the ports? No,
you're thinking of the Panama Canal. He said that he was going to take the Panama Canal as well. Donald Trump has said that he's going to take a lot of stuff. It's weird. It's kind of dictatorial, but no, Greenland is separate, and he's been saying that like we need Greenland, and even as a matter of fact, hold on, I think I might have this. Let me see if I can play this really quickly for you, because I'm gonna do a video on it, and I just didn't. I was gonna record it today, and I didn't have a chance to actually record it. But Donald Trump specifically said, "Oh, dang it, it's not on this phone." But Donald Trump specifically said that Greenland is something that we have to have, right? And even more so, the government, the reigning government, is saying like you can't have our country. Again, that would be like someone saying that, hey, we're going to take Puerto Rico from the United States. And that's the problem.
Well, I would have to look further into that to even to form an opinion about that, because I haven't really looked into the Greenland situation, because it's just wasn't something that I was into as far as like with the Greenland.
Okay.
So,
well, can we both at least agree that like saying that you're going to take other countries is unacceptable? And no matter who it is, not just Donald Trump, but just across the board, like other countries not respecting like people's land, they shouldn't just be taking other countries.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Okay. So how do you feel about Donald Trump taking or saying that we're taking Venezuela then? Because Donald Trump not only kidnapped Maduro and brought him to the US, but he's saying that now we're going to actually run Venezuela. How do you feel about that one?
Okay, first of all, he said they're not just going to leave them so that they can come in and be invaded. Make sure they have but don't they have a president that they already elected, and Maduro, or whatever his name is, wouldn't step down? Yeah. There were some the previous elections, but the person that won the previous election, there was some actual issues behind it, and so like that person is not in power. And then the person that was originally thought to have taken power, the Machado, who won the Nobel Peace Prize, Donald Trump has already come out and said that no, he will not support her taking power. But even more than that, they have a governmental system, and the vice president has now been sworn in as the president. So the vice president is the person that's running the country, but yet Donald Trump is saying that we are going to run the country, which doesn't make sense, because how can we go in and take someone else's country and say they're now going to listen to us? Well, isn't that like having the same power if the same people that was under the regime control it?
Yeah,
that's the same. So that means
sure.
the country is going to be left in the same state and possibly go down even further.
Sure, but see, the reason why Donald Trump went in and actually got Maduro is because apparently, right, the issue was with Maduro. That's what Donald Trump said. He said the problem was Maduro. He was a criminal. He was trafficking into the United States and blah, 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 blah. And that's why they did this mission. They went in and they actually got Maduro and they brought him out, right? But after they got in and brought him out, they pulled out for the most part. They moved back to the actual area where it was. But all of that being said, there was no pushback on the vice president or anything else like that. But again, Donald Trump has now said that we are going to run their country. I'm trying to understand, why is it that we are going to run someone else's country? That just doesn't make sense to me. I mean, like, hell, you know, people wanted us to pull out of Afghanistan, out of Iraq. People wanted us to stop being the watchdogs of the world, the police of the world. But now Donald Trump wants to take over and run other countries as a part of the United States.
But to my knowledge, the Venezuelans are like, they want this.
They don't.
Yes, I've been seeing it all up and down my timeline with actual people that's there speaking about it.
Yeah, so you know what's interesting about that? It's the same couple of videos that are being recycled. But if you actually go, a lot of people don't really fuck with Twitter, right? I fucks with the Twitters, right? I still do. But if you actually go and take a look, the people of Venezuela are out in the streets and they're protesting in support of their government against the United States government. So the actual like videos, there's a couple of videos that continue to be recycled and amplified, but it's different. And so I'll give you, this is, you know, this is anecdotal, so I know it's not factual, blah, blah, blah. But what I will tell you is I actually know people from Venezuela, and I actually know of someone who's in Venezuela. And while they are happy that Maduro is no longer in power, they do not want the United States to actually rule them. So two things can be true. They didn't like Maduro because he was a dictator, right? But they want a shift towards the former regime that actually helped lift Venezuela out of poverty. The former regime reduced poverty, I think, by 16% overall, and increased the literacy rate in Venezuela. So they want the former regime, but they don't want the United States to control their country.
Well, I don't think that that's the intentions, because he just don't want to leave them open.
How are they open if they still have a government in place?
Hello? Yeah. He don't want to leave them open until they have someone come into power. And to my knowledge, the people, right, the people are, but the people that's in power is not the people. They voted them out. That's the part that we not understanding. They voted them out and voted someone else in. So I would be more, I would be more to the fact of, yes, the people voted. The person who they voted in should be the person that take over the country.
I don't understand that.
Yeah, you know what? I can understand your perspective. I hear your perspective. I acknowledge your perspective. I guess the only pushback that I have, right, is why is it that Donald Trump has put more focus on the oil than the people?
Gotta go ask Donald Trump that. I'm not sure. Do y'all not know that America has already had, like, they don't want to build the infrastructure because they didn't have the power to get that crude, that thick crude oil. Mm-hmm. So America was already running their oil.
Yeah, that's not true.
Until they put all them.
Yeah, you're absolutely
you know what
right.
I'm
The
saying?
United States absolutely had a hand as far as helping set up the infrastructure in Venezuela in order for them to be able to drill additional oil. The United States actually does that a lot, right? We have a history as a country as far as investing in other countries to help certain infrastructures that'll benefit us overall. I mean, Venezuela being able to pump more oil is beneficial to the United States of America because they sit on the second largest oil reserve in the world. right? And so that's overall, that's beneficial, but we didn't build that for us. We built that so we could actually, you know, make it easier to get oil from them as far as purchasing, but that was not ours. It was never ours. That's the same claim with like the Panama Canal. While the United States absolutely helped build the Panama Canal, it was not for the United States, it was for Panama. So like the United States has a history of doing just that. And we can't just say, well, we had a hand in it, so it's ours. That's not how it works.
That's no, because it's already American oil companies that's got investment. That's like if I'm doing business with you, you give me something, I give you something. That's more so what I think it is. I don't know what problem occurred in like the 90s and up until now, up until when Trump got in office, the first go around for where they put them sanctions and all of that. I don't understand what that was all about for, but what I do understand is that the people of Venezuela do not want the regime that is currently in place there. They don't even care about the oil because they claim they never benefited from it, that everyone that holds power in their country makes them suffer. So I say the people spoke, they voted in who they voted in, allow who they voted in to represent them. And I think it should be that simple. And even to Donald Trump, I'm saying that too.
Yeah, no, I agree. Like, I think the people of Venezuela deserve to have a electoral process where the person that they want in power is in power. The issue is they need a completely new election. It's not about the previous regime that they voted for, because there's issues with that. They should be able to vote and elect someone new, but even more so, Donald Trump shouldn't have the ability to just implement the things that he wants. And just to kind of clarify, right, there's multiple countries that have certain private oil companies within Venezuela. You have it's PDVSA, which has the most control as far as the oil in Venezuela, and which that's a Venezuelan company. But you also have joint ventures through the U.S. with Chevron, and Europe countries like Spain that has, I think it's pronounced Respol. In Italy, it's Ian, and then for China, it's CNPC and Simpec. So the point that I'm trying to get across is that there's, yes, there are other countries that have like investments and they're mining the oil within Venezuela, but it's not the United States private companies. Now, the issue is Donald Trump is saying like, damn, all these other countries, we're going to send the U.S. countries in and we're going to get all the oil. Like, so Donald Trump is sitting here saying like these other countries that have companies within Venezuela, none of that matters anymore. It matters about the United States getting that oil. And he's even saying like, we're going to sell that oil. He said that we're going to sell the oil. He would be willing to sell the oil to China. And he said that he would be willing in the future to sell the oil to Russia. It's about the oil.
So you saying those people feeling liberated trumps their oil concerns that Americans have, because them people over there don't care. They just want freedom.
They do care. What I'm saying, Lady Red, is two things can be true. While they did not want Maduro still in power, they do not want Donald Trump to come in and implement the plan that he's saying, which is taking over the country, taking their oil, and then selling it based on how he wants to do it.
That's not what he said. No, that is not. He clearly said that it benefits the people.
He did say that.
And not...
Right. You're right. He absolutely said that he's going to do something for the people, but Donald Trump has been open, adamant, and literally talked about it. Donald Trump talked about this prior to him being elected. Back in 2024, he said that Venezuela was on the brink of collapse and we could go into Venezuela and take all the oil. But then he said this happened during his first administration. He said, but then Biden got in and now we're buying oil from Venezuela. And so that was his whole premise. And then he followed that up with, of course, the bombing. And now he's sitting here saying, this is ours. We're going to take it. And he said that he's going to sell. He said, literally, we're sending private U.S. companies into Venezuela to get the oil. And then we're going to sell the oil. He said, we're in the oil business and we're going to sell the oil.
I recall him saying that to rebuild it so that the people in Venezuela can profit, so their country can begin to be rebuilt from the damage that the last two regimes have placed on it.
Yeah, no, Donald Trump absolutely said that he was going to use some of it to help the people of Venezuela. I'm not denying that he said that, but what I am saying is there's a heavy focus on being able to capture and utilize the oil based off of how the United States sees fit, which is the problem. If anything, Donald Trump should be saying, hey, we're going to liberate the country and then allow them to make the decision what they do with their oil. That's not what he's saying. He's saying we're going to take the oil, we're going to sell the oil, and yeah, we'll help them out.
They don't have the resources to do anything to the oil.
Why not?
That's why they needed America in the first place in the early 1900s.
Yeah, and that's why they have the resources now.
That's why they built the infrastructure, because it wasn't there.
I agree, but then the infrastructure has
and
been
America housed a manufacturing system that is for the type of oil that they have.
Yeah, listen, I'm not disagreeing with that they used to not have the ability to do so, but they absolutely have the ability to do so now because the United States actually helped support them build that infrastructure. And so that's how they've been able to actually produce so much oil, right? That's why they've been able to actually pump oil and produce oil and sell oil, because they have the infrastructure to do it. It's not new. And again, I read off the multiple countries that already have different private companies within Venezuela that allows them to manufacture the oil. So there's not an issue with them not being able to do it now. They can absolutely do it. It's that Donald Trump is sitting here saying that we're going to do it and not anyone else.
Oh, because when they stopped the what's the name, both America lost and Venezuela lost. That's why.
What do you mean?
Whenever that sanction crap that happened when Trump first got in office, both countries lost from that, but I'm assuming America did it because it wasn't benefiting to the people. So what I'm saying is let them people choose who they want to run their country. Why is Americans mad that Venezuelans are happy that they're seeing some type of hope for their future? They literally don't care about the oil. They
absolutely
never
care about the oil.
From it.
No. Right. I think, that's where the problem. You had me all the way until you said that part, because again, I agree. Let the people within Venezuela be happy. Let the people within Venezuela have their freedom. Let the people within Venezuela actually elect who they want, but also let the people of Venezuela control their own oil. And that's the symmetry breaker. Donald Trump does not want the people of Venezuela to control their own oil. Donald Trump wants the United States to control the oil, and we'll give them a little something on the side.
The people of Venezuela say United States has already been controlling their oil.
That's not what they're saying, and that's not an official stance.
Okay, then I'm not gonna go back and forth with you. All I know is them people is happy. They feel liberated. They have a hope for their future, and I pray the best for them. And I hope no matter who it is, not even Donald Trump, play them, and they get the freedom that's deserved to every human being.
See, right, you and I aren't disagreeing until you get to like the last part. And I really want you to like engage with me on this last part, because I don't disagree with any of the things that you said up until the very end. And the very end that I need you to like just address for me is Donald Trump is trying to control the oil within Venezuela instead of allowing, hey, Megan, instead of allowing the people to control the oil in Venezuela. And we should be letting the people not only have their happiness and their freedom and who they want to elect, but we should allow them to run their country and produce their natural resources and use it how they want to use it, not how we want to use it, because it's not our country. We would be pissed if some other country tried to come and tell us how we can use our natural resources.
I agree with you with that, but when when I say the people, I mean the actual people. The actual people don't know how to do the oil, so they still gonna need someone to do that, so they country can start back profiting off of the oil.
Well, again, and see, that's where
And I did hear Trump say that, so that they can rebuild their country and so that the country can profit off of the oil. That's what I heard Trump say.
Well, but wait. Again, so you can say they don't know how to do it, but literally they have the governmental system in place currently that has access, knowledge, and have
want
the actual
government.
Okay.
They do not want that government.
Okay, and I'll see you there, and I'll agree with you, right? And let's say they don't. What does that have to do with Donald Trump being the one saying that it's our oil and we're going to control it? Why is it that Donald Trump is trying to control their natural resources? That's the symmetry breaker for me. Like, Donald Trump should not be saying that, like, hey, we're going to do this, because there's no reason for him to do that. It's not like, if it were the situation where before they had the infrastructure, I could say, yeah, I agree, right? That's not the case. If they didn't have at least some type of system in place, then I would agree. But Donald Trump, if it was truly about Maduro and getting Maduro out, and Donald Trump, Marco Rubio has said that he has had open communications with the current president of Venezuela, right? Why wouldn't they work with that current president of Venezuela, the former VP, to one, hold a fair, free election, and two, ensure that the things are, occurring the way that they should? Why would he not do that instead of just saying, like, hey, this is ours, we're going to do it, and we're going to use it, and we're going to sell it? Because Donald Trump is talking about making a profit off another country.
Don't we just sit back and let it play out? Because I'm hearing something different than what you're saying. So why don't we just sit back and see how it all plays out?
I think that's dangerous. I think it's dangerous, not in the sense of, like, I think you and I, Lady Red, even though we're up here and we have a bit of a disagreement and we're going back and forth, I think that they're like in this moment, in this silo, like me and you right now, TikTok live, 1.6 thousand people watching us. There's nothing that we are going to say nor do that is going to actually change what's happening at this very moment. So we have no choice but to sit back and wait to see what happens. But I think it's dangerous for us not to actually talk about this and have an actual opinion and try to see what we can do to shift public opinion. The reason why I say that, Lady Red, do you know what an authoritarian governmental system is?
And
okay,
not really, but kind of, sort of.
It's usually it's a form of government. It's dictatorial in nature, and it's self-serving as far as the people that are in charge, right? And so one of the things that I always try to make sure that people know is one of the key points of installing an authoritarian regime is public opinion, right? A lot of people don't know this, but in order for an authoritarian regime to successfully be able to implement any type of policies, it's because they have to actually have public approval. And if they don't have public approval, then they can't actually implement those policies. And I think it's important for us to openly use our voices and use our power when we can, as far as, like, if we don't like something that's happening, speak up and speak out, right? And that's the thing that's holding back any type of implementation of authoritarian rule. You sitting here on this TikTok live in front of thousands of people, talking about the pros and cons, and then allowing people to continue to use their voices based off of the information that they learn, to ensure that we are not allowing our government to implement any type of rule that they may think is just, but it's overwhelmingly harmful to Americans. Like, it's our civil duty to have these conversations in a public space.
I'm not saying that we shouldn't have this conversation. When I say sit back and let it play out, because in my opinion, I feel like you guys only feel that way because of y'all dislike for Trump. Because you got to remember, every other time America has stepped into countries and they fell down, Trump was not the president. It was under other presidencies where they invaded and took all that from them people. You know what I'm saying? This is basically one of the first times that we can see if Trump is that type of president. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Well, look, I want to respond to that, but would you mind give me 2 seconds? I got a couple of people to thank, but I want to respond to that. Is that okay? All right, perfect. Thank you. Guys, W's in the chat for Gene for the $20 donation saying, what's up, Santana? Love you and Parker and Dean, man. Keep doing your thing. Absolutely. Thank you so much for the $20 donation, Gene, and thank you for being fucking awesome. W's in the chat for Dean for the $2 donation said, tell her that Trump has installed Maduro's VP and will not let Machado take power. Yeah, we covered that. It's wild because Machado was like on it, right? There's a whole nother part of that, including how Machado kept bending the knee to Israel. Shit's weird. Debbie's in the chat for Kyra. Hey, Kyra, I hope you're doing well. Who sent a $5 donation saying, please tell her the majority of Venezuelans voted for Maria Corona Machado. Yes, the woman who won the Nobel Peace Prize for the work she has done in their country. And Trump said that he would not be the one to take power. She would not be the one to take power in the press conference. Exactly. Donald Trump said basically that she doesn't have confidence, which it's weird. I don't know. It seems like people do support her, but whatever. W's in the chat for Ken, who sent the $2 donation saying, why not Russia, North Korea? If it's humanitarian and not oil, please ask. Absolutely. Like that's a whole nother thing. And I'm definitely going to get to that question. But W's in the chat for all the donors, guys. If anyone else like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything is accepted and things appreciated. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out, guys. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter. We are only looking for some debates. Please do not request up if you are not a Trump supporter. We are not talking to friendlies. We are only looking for some debates. If you are a friendly, do all the wonderful things, right? Tap the screen, share the live. Let's go ahead and get the likes up. Let's get the likes up to 200,000 likes. And also send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It'll boost the live and push us out to the FYP. Oh, guys, hit that follow button. If you look up at the top, it says follow, hit that follow button. We're trying to get up to 80,000 followers. So make sure you hit that follow button. If you're hanging out here, if you enjoy the live and you want to make sure that you catch it again, hit that follow button. Red Lady Red. I think there's a bit of a disconnect. And the one thing that I will give you is I consider myself to be a leftist, right? I don't agree with Democrat power, right? I think the Democrats have failed us in multiple ways. I think the Republicans have failed us in multiple ways. I just so happen to think that the Democrats do less failing than the Republicans, right? So that's where I stand. And I think that for anyone to sit here and say like, oh, we didn't care in previous regimes, I know I can only speak to myself, and I didn't agree as far as what we were doing in Afghanistan or Iraq. I didn't agree with any of the global wars that we've actually invested ourselves in. I also don't agree with like the CIA operations that we do to destabilize other countries. I can get behind the soft power like US aid, but Donald Trump has gotten rid of that. So I guess the point that I'm trying to get across with is that while some people may think that there's an issue with the people on the left just not liking Trump, and that's why we're saying that, it's not that we don't like Trump. Donald Trump's literally breaking the law in multiple ways. Donald Trump is not, even with his most recent mission within Venezuela, Donald Trump did not consort with Congress, did not notify Congress, and even more so, did not let Congress know like, hey, this is the game plan. And so at the very least, Donald Trump should be adhering to the structures of how we go about doing things, and he doesn't do that.
That's not true because Obama didn't do it, Biden didn't do it. It's only a problem when Trump do stuff that other presidents have done. They didn't go and consult and ask for permission to go after the people that they went after and captured unalive. At least Donald Trump captured him and didn't unalive him. He's bringing him to justice because he was indicted in 2020.
Yeah, by Donald Trump. Donald Trump indicted Maduro like under his first administration. You're absolutely right. But see, no, I think you're a little confused. When I say Donald Trump isn't consorting with Congress, Donald Trump isn't even following the normal ways of consorting with Congress. And while the president does have certain mechanisms that he or she can pull in order to utilize the war powers of the president and then follow up with Congress afterwards, Donald Trump not only is not going those routes, but he's doing certain things to try to supersede the way that he interacts. So I'll give you an example. With Venezuela, he never engaged the Gang of Eight, right? He never let the Gang of Eight know that this was occurring. And one of the justifications that they're currently trying to use is the reason why they didn't go that route is because this is being looked at as a how do I say it? More so like a police arrest, for lack of better words, than an actual military strike, right? They're trying to justify it as, and that's why specifically they're only targeting Maduro, is because, and they brought him back to New York and he's, been arrested and held for trial. That's why he's trying to say that, oh, this isn't a military strike on a country. This is the Justice Department going after a criminal. And so that's the justification they're trying to use. Donald Trump tries to go around the normal mechanisms because he doesn't feel like he has to color within the lines.
Didn't Biden put a bounty reward on his head?
Yeah,
under his administration.
Yeah, no, the FBI absolutely puts bounties on multiple leaders throughout the world. You're absolutely right.
So that's them doing their job because he has a federal warrant against him.
Ooh, okay. So now this is where it gets interesting. All right, so let's talk about that, right? So the actual warrant that was issued, right, was issued under the Trump administration. And the warrant was then paused, right? Because the ICC didn't approve the warrant. The ICC never issued an international warrant for Nicolas Maduro. And so under the Biden administration, they couldn't fulfill the actual warrant because the ICC was still going through an investigation. And so they actually sealed that warrant, the arrest warrant. And so even though the charges stem back to the previous Trump administration, it had to be sealed because the ICC was still going through their investigation and saying like, hey, we haven't made a decision yet if we're going to declare him as a war criminal, right? So international law had not dictated that, yes, he is a war criminal. Donald Trump got back in power and unsealed that warrant and said that we're going to execute it, not because the ICC had made a decision, because he wanted to. Now, the question I have for Red Lady Red is, if we're able to go after Nicolas Maduro, who does not have an international warrant, why would we not go after Bibi Netanyahu, who has an international warrant, and Vladimir Putin, who has an international warrant? And even more so, we've had both of them in the United States and gave them protection and coverage instead of arresting them when they are literally international war criminals. Why wouldn't we actually arrest them when they have those international warrants, but yet we arrest Nicolas Maduro, who does not have an international warrant?
Well, maybe because there is already an active war.
What do you mean?
Isn't Putin in active war as we speak?
What does that have to do with him being a war criminal and having an active warrant?
You said, what do it have to do with that? It's a lot of people that got active warrants that run in and out America on a daily. But
tell me
the point for him going after, to my understanding, the point of him going after how you say his name?
Nicolas Maduro.
Maduro. The point of him going after Maduro is because of the drugs, right?
No.
Prior to him invading,
make sure you don't say the name specifically of any D-Rogue. Just FYI. No, you're fine. I just didn't want you to say it and I have to kick you. I'm enjoying our conversation. I want you to be able to finish, but you can't say the name of any D-Rogue on the live, so I just want to give you a heads up.
Okay, but I could say so say D-Rugs. Okay, so for the D-Rugs,
if you want to talk about a specific one, you can say F drug, you can say M drug, but just don't say the actual name.
Okay, so Donald Trump, I don't know if it was a call or a meeting that they held. He asked him to stop bringing the D-Rugs into America. And that's what prompted all of this. Is he tried to bring peace by asking him to stop allowing the D-Rugs to come into our country, which I'm totally for that, because I done lost people from a lot of those D-Rugs that is coming into our country, even children, because the parents get addicted and they leave the stuff around, and the babies come and they eat it up, and now they're unalive. So I most definitely.
Right, Lady Ray, you're not gonna get an argument from me on that one. You and I can completely agree. Allowing anyone to actually bring drugs into the United States is unacceptable. It is unaliving people. It's harming families. It's affecting our current, present, and future. And anyone that actually, Lady Red, can you and I agree that anyone trafficking drugs into the country not only should be held accountable, but they should be locked up if we can lock them up? Can we agree on that one?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Why did Donald Trump actually pardon the former president of Honduras that trafficked 400 billion tons of booger sugar into the United States?
That I don't have knowledge of that, so I don't have an opinion.
Yeah,
but
Donald Trump on December the 1st, the former president of Honduras, who had been caught trafficking 400 tons of booger sugar into the U.S. and also weapons into the U.S. and not only found that he was doing that, captured, charged, trialed, and arrested and sentenced to 45 years in prison. Donald Trump just pardoned him and commuted his sentence and said that, it was, a political witch hunt, even though we had cold, hard evidence that he was bringing drugs into our country. So again, I guess the big question I have is, if Donald Trump really cared about people bringing drugs into our country, why would he pardon a massive drug kingpin? That doesn't make sense.
Absolutely right. It doesn't make sense. And if he did do that, I wouldn't be in support of him pardoning.
He's already done it. The guy's free and everything.
Bringing that.
Yeah, the guy's already free and everything. He did that on December the 1st. Yeah. Well, and so I didn't think you would be, because again, you've been consistent, right? And I appreciate that. But then the question falls to you then is like, why is Donald Trump doing that? Like, on one hand, you're right. He said, hey, Maduro, stop bringing drugs into our country. But then on the other hand, the president of Honduras, he's like, you know what? You are right. Like, don't those two things kind of contradict?
Those definitely would be a contradicting thing. But like I was stating, I would have to go look into the case and get my own understanding of it, because I never even heard of that guy that you just spoke on until you just spoke on him right now.
Yeah. I can definitely respect that, and I can appreciate that. And listen, trying to educate yourself is super important, so I won't hold that against you. Would you like to know why I think that Donald Trump did it? And this is just me. Would you like to know why I think he did it?
You can tell me.
It's about the oil. It's about the oil. Donald Trump doesn't give a shit about drugs coming to the country. He doesn't give a shit about Americans. He only cares about making money, right? That's why, of course, he's made $5 billion plus since coming back in office. But that's why he's been open, adamant, and just repeating the narrative that it's our oil. We're going to sell our oil, blah, 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 blah. So the point that I'm trying to get across is he doesn't care about any of that. He's lying. Lady Red, Donald Trump is lying to you. He doesn't actually care. He just wants the oil. But do you get why that's my opinion, though? Yeah. Do you think that it's just, TDS and I'm just obsessed with Trump, or do you see like the connections that I'm sitting here and why I have this opinion? Oh, hold on 1 second, Lady Red. For some reason, they're saying they can't hear you, and I see that you're muted, but I can hear you. Guys, can you still hear me? Hold on 1 second. I'm sorry. Can you guys still hear? Can you hear me at least? Okay, they can hear me. Lady Red, try to unmute yourself now.
Hello.
Okay,
can you hear me?
Because now, before you were speaking, it still showed you were on mute. But yeah, keep talking. See if they can hear you.
Okay. So if he is doing something, that is questionable. Now I'm not a blindsided Trump supporter who support Trump, but I'm not going to jump on the hate train for Trump because I disagree with him, because I do still feel like he was the best person to elect at the time over the other components. So I still stand on
let me
my,
ask you this, because this is something I was telling Rowdy earlier, right? I don't knock people for who they voted for back in 2024. Hell, it's, 2026, new year, new me, right? And so I don't hold that against people as far as what they did, over, a year ago. But Red Lady Red, help me understand, because you and I have been talking now for a while. And while, you came up and you and I kind of went at it to start, it seems like we've, been able to find a little bit of common ground. And you seem like a pretty sensible person. I don't understand, how are you still supporting him today? Because like, he's not doing the beneficial things that he said that he was going to do. He hasn't done that today. So how does he still have your support?
What do you mean? How do he? So you trying to get me to denounce Trump or something? Trump is the president.
No. I'm not trying to get you to denounce him. I'm just trying to say, like, why are you still sitting here saying, like, as of today? Because I can understand if he had done, like, because he said he was going to end the wars and lower prices and blah, 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 blah. It all sounded good. But if he actually did those things, I can say, yes, you know what? I get it. But what I'm saying is, like, he's went against so many of the things that he said that he was going to do. And like, he talked about bringing manufacturing back. Well, since he's been in office, there's been more manufacturing jobs lost than in the previous administration. He talked about lowering prices, but then he actually caused higher grocery prices by the tariffs that he's implemented. He said that he was going to end these wars, but yet the wars continue to persist, and he's attributed to prolonging those wars. So the point that I'm trying to make is, Red Lady Red, I don't even knock you anymore for voting for Donald Trump. I'm saying, like, people voted for who they thought was best in that moment. I disagree with them. But like today, as we are all Americans, what do we have to continue to support Donald Trump for? Because he hasn't fulfilled any of those promises.
That's in your opinion. That's in your opinion, and I can
that he's fulfilled.
I mean, it really don't matter if I tell you or not, because you're going to have a rebuttal to try to convince me of otherwise. So going back and forth with people that don't support Trump is kind of pointless at this point. You know what I'm saying? And I also did learn a couple of things from you today that I will most definitely check out and
Red Lady Red, can I tell you why I say I disagree with that statement?
Go ahead.
It's because it's not about me not supporting Donald Trump, because I don't support the United States government system as a whole, right? I don't support governments. I don't think that governments are the ones that need the support. I think the people are, right? I don't care about the government of the United States of America. I care about the people of the United States of America. I care about you, because you're an actual person. I don't look at you as a Republican or a Trump supporter or whatever. I look at you as a person. And so for me, my philosophy has always been
independent.
Okay, yeah, which is fair, But what I'm saying is, I don't care if the people have an R or a D or an I by their name. If they're not doing things that are beneficial for the American people, then they need to be replaced. And that's my stance, right? I don't care about political parties. I care about the politicians actually doing things that will benefit the people. And if they're not going to do things to benefit the people, then they need to be replaced. And the thing is that Donald Trump, not only has he not done things to benefit the people, because like the government process, red tape is super slow, blah, 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 but he's actively implemented things that are harmful to the people. He has harmed Americans since taking power. And that's my problem.
I can understand where you coming from far as that, because I actually vote Republican and Democrats depending on the person. So it's understandable. I know, and you know, I'm quite sure that this government is very corrupt, and they all have their own personal agendas that they get in office and focus on. That's a known historical thing within this country. So
I agree. Red Lady Ray, do you think Donald Trump is more corrupt than recent presidents?
No.
Okay. All right. Give me a second. I'm going to say a couple of thank yous, and I want to know why you say that, because I think so, but I really want to talk about that if you have a few more minutes. W's in the chat for Dylan. Dylan sent a $4.99 super chat to say, how was your day? It was good. What did I do today? Oh, fucking became NFC South champions. Fucking keep pounding. The Panthers are hosting a playoff game next fucking week. 4 seed in the NFC South. Yes, the Carolina Panthers are I saw Isaiah in his. Isaiah still here? Is Isaiah left? Yeah, he better have left. He better have fucking left. He better have fucking left. Carolina Panthers, NFC South champions. Keep fucking pounding. Playoffs next week, baby. So it was a good day. W's in the chat for Rad for the $4.99 super chat to say Dems failed by not firing I don't know what you're saying. Biden said that the ERA is the law of the land, regardless of an old Trump memo. Chuck reliable. So yeah, I would have to take a look at that. I heard people say that, but I don't exactly know what you're referring to. W's in the chat for Sophie, who used their late night membership to say all love from Montreal, all love from Washington State, and also W's in the chat for Trudy for the $5 super chat to say Venezuela has the most oil per petrodollar is based on oil. Oil will save the U.S. world dominancy of currencies. Yeah, you know what? I've heard that actual point that there's an emphasis as far as being able to retain the strength of the U.S. dollar by taking Venezuela oil. Like, there's a lot to it. I want to look into that, but I can't say like, oh, that's an actual thing just yet. W's in the chat for Jared, who sent a $2 donation, said, like I said in Discord, Panthers need to watch out for the Bears if they come our way. Listen, we would smoke the Bears. Smoke them. Caleb Williams ain't got nothing for us. W's in chat for Jared, and W's in chat for Ian for the $2 donation, saying, dude, keep doing your thing, but the last 10 minutes of the Steelers versus Raven game was wild. Who won? I want to know. W's in the chat for that. W's in the chat for Corey, who sent a $1 donation just to say 8 and 9. But you know what, Corey? That's fine. When you say, you can say 8 and 9, but when you say 8 and 9, make sure you say NFC 8 and 9 NFC South champions Carolina Panthers. Make sure you put that. Make sure you put that on the end, Corey. Make sure you add that, Corey. And W's in the chat for Jared for the $2 donation. Say, keep doing your thing. Thank you for DJ Moore. Whatever, Jared. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links and links are in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted, anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out, guys. 1.7 thousand of us hanging out here. Make sure you hit that follow button. If you look up at the top, you see the word follow. You're not following me. Hit that follow button. Follow the main account. We're trying to get up to 80,000 followers. So hit that follow button. If you see a gray heart, you're not on the team. Send your heart me. It's only one coin. It'll boost the live. And go in, make sure you claim it, guys. You have to go back in and claim it for it to count. So once you send your daily heart me, go back in and hit that claim, and it'll be a bunch of stuff for you to claim. You can turn on notifications, all this other good stuff. Do all the wonderful things. Red Lady Red. I think Donald Trump is the most corrupt president in United States history. And I have a reason for saying that.
Can I hear your reason?
Sure. It's because Donald Trump has overseen not only adding, over $8 trillion to the United States deficit, but since being back in office, he didn't divest from his companies. And Red Lady Red, I know I said it earlier, and I don't know if you heard me, but do you know how much Donald Trump has made since he has returned back into office?
No, say it again.
Yeah. And this was as of October. So I haven't even seen the most recent updated number. So it might be even more. But since October, right, less than a year, Donald Trump has made over $5 billion since becoming president of the United States again. That's more money than he's made in his entire life within a year of being president for the United States of America. So that's concerning, right? I mean, the fact that you have someone who is the most powerful man on earth, and it seems as if he is trading access to the presidency in order to enrich himself, because a lot of these actual the money that he's made has been through cryptocurrency, right? So he keeps creating these different cryptocurrencies and selling them. And since there's light regulations on cryptocurrency, anyone can actually purchase cryptocurrency. And so there's a lot of foreign actors who keep purchasing cryptocurrency. And so Donald Trump has been doing things like, if you purchase $100 million worth of his cryptocurrency, then you can have like dinner with him. He's been doing those type of situations where, like, for the certain people who buy that amount, they get like to join him down in Mar-a-Lago for dinner. He's directly selling cryptocurrency, and all these foreign actors are purchasing it and then having direct access to him at Mar-a-Lago to meet with them. Like that's not a problem.
Can I ask you a question? Did you feel that it was a problem when Obama came into the office, not even a millionaire, and left almost a billionaire? Well, like it's the same thing. They all gain.
Barack Obama isn't close to being a billionaire.
It's not, but still, he came into the presidency not wealthy. Mm-hmm. Trump was already wealthy when he was already a billionaire.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so just an FYI, Barack Obama has made, as of late 2025, Barack Obama is worth approximately $70 million, right? And most of his deals most of his money, about 60 million of the 70 billion is attributed to his book deals, the multiple book deals that he has, including the book deals that were signed by Michelle Obama. He's made over 400,000 with speaking engagement. And then he also, of course, has like the media agreements that he's had with like Netflix and then real estate and blah, 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 right? So while I agree that he has made millions of dollars, a large majority of his money came after he was president of the United States, not while he was president of the United States, but even more so, right? Let's say for sure that he, from him being president, right? And so now, him being president to now, from when he first stepped in office in 2013, I'm sorry, not 2013, holy smokes, what am I talking about? 2009. When he stepped in office in 2009 until today, 2025, he's made a grand whopping total. Let's say he made all of the $70 million in that time frame. How does that equate to Donald Trump making $5 billion in less than a year?
Multiple businesses.
Yeah, but again, Donald Trump has made $5 billion, which is more than he's made his entire life. That's more money that he's made in his entire life. And Donald Trump's almost 80. In less than a year, he's made more money than the entire portion of his life. And let's not forget that he was given money from his dad, Fred Trump, right? So the amount of money that not only Donald Trump has made since being back in office, not only dwarfs anything that anyone has made, it also dwarfs what Donald Trump has made his entire life. That's not a red flag to you?
Didn't he gain that through crypto?
Yeah, I just explained to you.
Right. Don't people become millionaires and billionaires overnight within that industry?
Sure, but did you hear what I said when I talked about him and his crypto?
Yeah, you tried to make it like he's doing something illegal, I guess. I don't know.
I didn't try to make it like that. I just told you what he did. He literally had cryptocurrency where if you bought over $100 million worth of his cryptocurrency, then you could have dinner with him in Mar-a-Lago. And not only did he do that, but multiple foreign actors, like oligarchs, are the ones that purchased that amount of crypto and who got access to him. Like, he literally gave access to foreign powers who could purchase the cryptocurrency, and they took advantage of it. And so they bought this cryptocurrency from him, and they had direct access to the president of the United States.
Okay,
like there's
wrong?
A bunch of
that's a crime. It's a law that says that's a crime. It's a law. It's a law that says,
oh, if
you invest into something.
Do you know what the Hatch Act is?
The who?
The Hatch Act.
No, I don't.
Yeah, there's literally laws.
Heard of that.
Yeah, there's literally laws saying the president of the United States can't do that.
It's saying that that anybody, because it ain't just a president, I'm quite sure.
No, it says the president.
Okay, so you saying that it's a law that's saying that the president can't ask for investments in order for like a meet and greet or something like that?
Hold on. I'm going to read the emoluments clause for you. So there's the Hatch Act, there's the emoluments clause, and Donald Trump has actually bypassed both of those, right? 1 second here. Let's see here. The emoluments clause.
Audience is so mean. Like, good Lord. Y'all need to go eat a Snickers.
Oh yeah, no, listen. My chat is very passionate. They're very much on their game. And so at times they can, sit here and jump in, especially when it's things that they know. Like, listen, I got the best chat on TikTok, right? I got the best chat in the world. And what they tend to do is when they know some things, they get a little bit frustrated because like they know things and they think that other people should know these things. And even more so, sometimes they don't like when I sit here and spoon feed people. And so like, that's why they say that. But the point being is like, my chat's awesome. Let me read off these thank yous and then I'm gonna read off the emoluments clause. W's in the chat for Jennifer for the $5 donation saying, are you in North Carolina? You said Panthers and now I need to know. I'm about an hour away from Charlotte. No, I'm from South Carolina. I spend a lot of time in North Carolina, but I'm a huge Carolina Panthers fan. I wanted to get a Tedero McMillan jersey, but it wouldn't be here in time for next weekend. So I think I'm just going to get a hat. I don't know. W's in the chat for Jacqueline, who sent a $5 donation saying Steelers win. I'm okay with that. My mom and sister and uncle are like huge Steelers fans. So, all right, whatever. W's in the chat for Corey for the $1 donation saying 14-3 and then put hearts. I don't know who was 14-3, Corey. I'm confused. W's in the chat for Chelsea for the $1 donation saying, thanks to the New Orleans Saints for your division win. Us Saints fans didn't want the Bucks to win division. That's false. The Saints literally tried to win and they got that ass cut. W's in the chat for Candace for the $20 donation saying, hope for your change. Hope for your change. You rock. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Candace. W's in the chat for Megan. Hey, Megan, who sent a $2 super chat to say, Santana, I'm from Buffalo. Sorry, man, but go Bills. I get it. And W's in the chat for Rad for the $5 super chat to say, our tax dollars goes into Trump pockets. We pay Secret Service to stay in Mar-a-Lago and at an inflated cost above federal law. Yeah, I forgot about that one. I forgot that, yes, that did happen. W's in the chat, guys. If anyone else like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks For You. Santana Speaks For You is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat. And I will read that out. Oh, I didn't see that first message, but I see the second one. Oh, okay. Sorry. Yes, the president is excluded from the Hatch Act. Sorry, it's the emoluments clause. You're absolutely right. W's in the chat for K. The emoluments clause. It's in the Constitution, Article 1, Section 9, Article 2, Section 1. And it states that the president, federal officials, but it specifically outlines presidents cannot receive payments, gift, nor titles from foreign or domestic governments without congressional approval. So that's what the emoluments clause is. It's literally a clause that was put in place in order to ensure that the president did not have direct influence from foreign actors. And Donald Trump is allowing direct influence from foreign actors by the cryptocurrency, Red Lady Red.
To say?
Yeah, I'll repeat that. The emoluments clause, Article 1, Section 9, and then Article 2, Section 1, states that federal officials, but especially the president, cannot receive payments, gifts, or titles from foreign or domestic governments without congressional approval, meaning to stop influence and retain independence from foreign powers and Congresses. So basically, the reason of the emolument clause was to ensure that foreign entities could not influence the president of the United States, and Donald Trump has given them access to directly influence the president of the United States.
How is if by them investing a particular amount, allowing them to have, let's say, a dinner with him? How is that?
Yeah, can you sit down and have dinner with the president of the United States of America?
I never tried. Maybe I could. Who
Oh,
knows?
come on, don't do that one with me.
I
Come
know
on, you've been
plenty of
genuine
regular
this whole
people that
time.
met the president, like for
Yeah,
real.
I mean, sure. And which, like, to be fair, yes, you could have possibly meet him out and about. You know, you could have meet him in like a meet and greet or whatever. That, yeah, cool. But Red Lady Red, on a normal situation, right? Does anyone have just direct access to the president of the United States and can just sit down and have dinner with him?
No,
Okay.
no.
And so not only are we not talking about United States citizens that, you know, can do this, but we're talking about rich international, foreigners who have other interests outside of the U.S. interests. And specifically, we've seen a heavy investment from Chinese billionaires that have this direct access. Thank you for the fireworks. Who have Chinese billionaires and also Russian billionaires who have the ability to purchase this, and now they have direct access to them. Do you think that these oligarchs for these other countries who have a vested interest in their country, if they have a opportunity to talk to Donald Trump to get him to maybe have a favorable stance on the country that'll benefit them, like you don't see how that would be a problem if they could sit down and say like, hey, I just gave you $100 million, and we're going to talk about things that are good for China. Like, you don't see the problem with that?
I mean, it's conversation. So you think Trump is easily influenced by foreign aid?
Yes. You don't think so?
Interesting. No, I don't. I don't think Trump is easily influenced by nobody.
Sure. Can I give you a specific example?
Go ahead.
Do you know what happened with Switzerland? Red Lady Red, do you know what happened with Switzerland?
No, enlighten me.
Sure. So we had tariffs on Switzerland, and Donald Trump said the point of tariffs is to get these countries to make deals so we can, you know, make things fair with trade, right? We can agree on that. You remember him saying that?
Him saying what?
That tariffs, the reason why he wanted to do tariffs is so he can force these other countries to come to the table and make deals so we can get better trade deals.
Yes, I do remember that.
Yeah, so he placed tariffs on all these different countries. Now, Switzerland was one of these countries that he put an actual tariff on. Switzerland, the representation for Switzerland came to the United States and actually met with Donald Trump. And when they met with Donald Trump, after the meeting, Donald Trump didn't get a deal with Switzerland, right? There's no deal in place with Switzerland. But Donald Trump reduced the amount of tariffs that are on Switzerland. Now, while there's no framework for a deal, there's no conversation about a deal, there was no details. He didn't even come out and say, oh, you know, we have a deal, and then there was no deal. It was just nothing. But you know what Switzerland did do while in the meeting with Trump? They gave him a Rolex and a gold Swiss bar. And after they gave him that Rolex and that gold Swiss bar, they made no agreements, no deals, but Donald Trump reduced the amount of tariffs on Switzerland. Now, given what we know, and see, this is the caveat that I like to give people, because I will say I will give Donald Trump the benefit of the doubt. I'm not unreasonable. Maybe there's some type of super secret squirrel deal that we don't know about that he can't talk about. But barring any type of mysterious deal that we haven't heard about, can we agree that the only thing that we know is that Donald Trump had tariffs on Switzerland? He met with the Swiss representation. They gave him a gold bar and a Rolex. And after the meeting, there was no deal, but yet he reduced the actual tariffs.
Then he didn't only reduce the tariffs to only them, but I have a question.
Wait,
I think
can
because
we finish
this
with
is
that
the
with Switzerland really quick though?
right. It's related to.
Okay, go ahead. You got it.
It's related to, right. I think we done got so accustomed to the transparency the last few years that this country has been given that we think we are entitled to everything that goes on within our government. I'm not aware of why, because I wasn't there. I'm when they did their deals and dropped the thing. So we don't know if it was a deal or if it wasn't a deal. Can you agree to that?
Yeah, I mean, I can agree. We don't know if there was a deal because there has been no mention of a deal. I can say that we know for a fact that there is no deal as of now. And even more so, the only issue that I would have with that, right, and the pushback is that Donald Trump has openly and adamantly championed and touted deals that weren't deals, right? Donald Trump has literally announced that we had deals with multiple countries, and those countries have come out right after Donald Trump and said, no, we didn't say that. No, we don't have those deals. I'll be more specific. Donald Trump, after his actual tour of the Asian countries, came out and said that, I think he said it was Japan that was going to invest $500 billion in the United States. And the Japanese government had to come out and say, no, we didn't say that. And we didn't agree with that. So Donald Trump is like, even the deal that was in place with like the UK, he said that deal was done and the deal wasn't done. So Donald Trump has actually not only talked about possible deals, but he said that there were deals where other countries had to say there's no deals. But in this case of Switzerland, not only did he not even do that, like there was nothing. Like he didn't talk about a possible deal. He didn't talk about a framework of a deal. He didn't talk about concepts of a deal. It was none of it, but he just reduced the actual tariffs. And the only thing that we know for a fact is the United States of America didn't get anything, but Donald Trump did.
You said the tariffs are bringing in revenue and has actually saved taxpayers money. Like the tariffs are generating revenue.
Okay, we can talk about that, but really quick before we talk about that, can we close out the fact
But no, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm for sure, and I'm not going. I'm not.
Okay, well, can we talk about, because I want to make sure you at least have this one thing to take with you. I just want to talk about this one last thing, and then we'll go from there. Okay. But I want to make sure that we at least agree that at the very least, the one thing that we do know is that there was no deal from Switzerland, that he received stuff from Switzerland, and the tariffs have been reduced on Switzerland. Can we agree on those three things?
Okay. Well, I'm not sure about if there was a deal or not, so I can't agree with that. No deal. The other ones I can, yes, I can agree. Yes.
All right, I'll say this, and for the chat, and just so everyone knows, we do not have a trade agreement with Switzerland. So, I mean, anyone can look that up and check, but there's no actual trade agreement with Switzerland. Last thing that I want to run through really quickly, then, because you made a statement, and I want to make sure that we're on the same page. Red Lady Red, what's a tariff, and who pays it in the end?
A tariff is when you export and import, right? And is taxed on the things that they bring into the country.
Yeah, specifically, yes, it's a tax on imported goods, and who pays that, and how does that work as far as the actual paying of it at the end?
That's in my opinion. I feel like that's a tax that is placed on the company, the person that is importing and export. That's their bill that they're forcing on their consumer.
Sort of. Yeah. Okay, so you kind of do get it. So just to make sure I have this clear, a tariff is a tax on imported goods, and so specifically they place those tariffs on those countries, and items imported from those countries receive that additional tariffs that are the costs are paid at the docks and before they come into customs. And so whoever that's importing said good has to actually pay those tariffs while coming through customs. And so what happens is companies, let's say Walmart, right? They import a shit ton of stuff from China. And so since they import a shit ton of stuff from China, they have to pay the tariffs on the additional costs from China. It got up to like 125%. Well, just like any business, businesses are in the business of making money, right? And so they don't actually say, hey, you know what, these tariffs, they suck, but we're going to pay the cost, and our customers are going to be A-okay. They actually raise prices in order to compensate the additional costs for the tariffs. And that's exactly what Walmart did. Walmart even came out when their CEO, because Donald Trump got mad at him for even saying it, and said like, hey, we have to raise prices because of tariffs. We cannot keep the prices where they are. And so they raised prices, and people like me and you, Red Lady Red, we had to pay these higher prices. So Donald Trump has been touting tariff revenue, but the only thing tariff revenue is that people like me and you were paying more for stuff. So I guess the question I have, Red Lady Red, is, are you okay with raising taxes on the American people?
No.
How was your trip?
Then we shouldn't be saying
But
that tariff revenue is a good thing.
I'm also not for companies that choose to go into businesses and choose to export and import, placing their bills on the consumer. And the only way that's going to stop, okay, that's the way they done made us accustomed to it, because I have a business and that ain't how it worked for me.
Wait, okay, Red Lady Red, what's your business, if you don't mind? You don't have to be specific. I don't want you to tell me like exactly what's the name, but just like in general, is it like clothing or cooking?
Fashion jewelry, handcrafted jewelry.
Okay, handcrafted jewelry. Okay, Red Lady Red, let's say, for example, that I wanted you to make me a bracelet, right? And you normally make the bracelet, it costs you like $5 to make the bracelet. And so you normally sell it for $10, right? So not only do you cover the actual cost of the materials, but you make a profit, right? That's how you do it, right? Okay. So what would you do if instead of being able to make that bracelet now for $5, that it costs you $8 for the materials to make the bracelet? Would you continue to sell that bracelet for $10, or would you increase the price to offset the additional cost for the material?
I would increase the price. Well, I have so much inventory, anything is a profit at this point. So anything that I gross is a profit to me because of the inventory I done accumulated throughout the years.
And which that's smart. But see, the problem is that's exactly what companies did within the US. Like literally prior to Donald Trump coming in office, companies actually stockpiled inventory for an additional 3 months because they knew that Donald Trump was going to implement those tariffs. And so they wanted to ensure that they didn't have to immediately raise prices on consumers. They thought that we would be able to get to Q2 and these trade agreements were done because Donald Trump said 90 deals in 90 days, but that didn't happen. And they burned through all of their excess inventory. Red Lady Red, in that situation, if you burn through all of your excess inventory and you have to actually start producing new inventory, and the new inventory is going to cost you more, would you still sell your new items at the same cost, or would you have to raise the prices?
All of my things that I make is based off of, like, this is how I price my stuff, right? I price it off of how much I spent. And I also include my time.
Right. So let's say your time didn't change, but your cost as far as how much you spent increased. Would you then increase your price?
Well, I mean, I really don't know, because I have a set price that I've always done. It's like it's like said, like it's that price no matter what. Like I don't even make my customers pay for shipping. I cover that cost.
I agree. But so then what do you do then when it starts to cut into your bottom line? Because if you hold that same position, because it's not like now you're paying more for the materials than it costs to make it, but now it's cutting in your profit, because now, again, let's say it takes $5 to make it, and so you sell it for $10. But now it's shifted from costing $5 to make it to $8 to make it. And you're still, if you continue to sell it for $10, what does that mean for you moving forward if you are no longer getting that $5 and now you're only getting $2?
I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I haven't came to that type of situation yet.
Right,
so I'm not even sure how I would handle it.
Think about it with me. Like, do you see why companies would raise their prices though? Because if it's directly cutting into their bottom line and they're no longer able to generate that revenue because of the additional costs, why wouldn't they pass on the cost to the consumers? Like, you and I can agree, capitalism on capitalism, right? Companies are going to try to make money hand over fist, and that's what they're all about. Like that, while I agree that they shouldn't raise prices on us, like it makes sense that they do, right?
I mean, I don't know about me being a business person. I don't think that they should do that because we literally chose to do this. So if I have customers and they accustomed to something, sometimes I take the hit for myself because, like I said again, I already have stocked up inventory, and I already don't make my customers pay for shipping. I took on those costs for myself in order to grow my business, and it has worked for me. So I haven't came across a situation where, oh, this costs more and that costs more, because to me, I've always felt like I undercut myself anyway.
Listen, I'll say this, Red Lady Red, you're rare, right? Not a lot of companies are willing to do that. I know, like Arizona Tea, right? Arizona Tea is a company that has done the same thing, right? They literally have kept the cost of their tea like 99 cents. And that's because the owner said like, hey, it costs me almost nothing to make this. So why should I increase the prices? Now, while I say that if that's your position, Red Lady Red, I can respect that, but that's not the standard position of companies, especially like these corporations who, as soon as they get any type of tax cuts, instead of actually reinvesting in their employees, they give like buyback incentives and bonuses to C-levels. They pay direct dividends to their boards and their CEOs instead of taking care of people. Most of the times with companies like Walmart, they openly say, hey, our prices are going up because we don't want to lose out on like not a dollar. And so while you may be the rare exception, the actual standard is these companies raising prices. But this is what we're gonna do, Red Lady Red. I will let me make sure I unmute you. So if you decide to stay in the comments, you can continue to chat. I appreciate you coming up, but I would say this. I'll leave you with this thought. I don't think you're unreasonable. But I do think that there's opportunity for you to change your mind. And I'm hoping that you stick around and you actually like engage in some of this stuff, because I think that while I don't agree with your vote, the problem that I have currently is the actual support today, because he's not doing anything today to benefit you or me. And that's where you lose me. Everything else, like you and I can kind of work through. But I don't understand why you would continue to support someone who's not actually doing the things that they said they're going to do, and they're also not trying to help people.
Well, I don't feel like he's not doing what he's saying he's going to do. It's most definitely been prolonged because of the pushback. A lot of things, like, did you know in October, especially in my state, it's a whole bunch of stuff within the housing industry that was supposed to change, and a lot of these people that's over these states is not honoring them. So a lot of it is not per se Trump. It is the pushback that he's getting from his constituents that is causing pushback. Just like with companies literally choose to go into business, and the fact that these companies is already making this stuff for pennies on the dollar and already upcharging us, and then trying to use them getting charged when they're already profiting a huge profit off of what it costs them to make. That's why I can't respect it. And that's why I place the fault on the greedy corporations. I feel like they're more so our problem.
I agree, but Donald Trump is enabling these greedy corporations. Like Donald Trump is giving them direct tax cuts. Donald Trump is like the passing of the BBB made their corporate tax cuts permanent. So like, why is Donald Trump doing things that's benefiting these greedy corporations instead of like cutting tax for normal people? Like that, can we agree?
He did, don't you have to make over 350, and if you make 150 and less, you don't have to pay taxes or something like that? Yes, no. I read that somewhere.
No, that's not true.
I read that.
He made the tax cuts permanent for corporations, and there was no change in the actual tax code for people that make less than $400,000 a year. But unless you make more than $400,000 a year, Donald Trump didn't do anything to actually benefit you as far as your taxes. Now, if you make less than $25,000 a year, he implemented the no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, but that's only for a 2-year period. And people aren't even going to be able to claim that in 2026. But it's only, 28% of Americans that make less than $25,000 a year. So a large part of America, I mean, like 72% or whatever of Americans don't even get access to that. So literally he didn't do anything for, the rest of the Americans. He only helped like the ultra wealthy, the corporations, and like that's a problem.
Now, okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, have you paid within your lifetime of working, have you paid millions of dollars in taxes and payroll taxes?
No, I haven't made millions, so I haven't paid millions.
Oh, no, I'm just saying, just regular, right? Do you know rich people pay millions of dollars in taxes, which is nowhere near what we pay? I haven't paid millions of dollars in taxes.
Rich people don't pay $1 million of taxes.
Yes, they have paid millions.
The reason why they're so rich is because they're able to utilize tax loopholes, right? So Kamala Harris wanted to close a loophole on like, let's say, unrealized capital gains. Unrealized capital gains was a way that like rich people use the increase off of certain like assets in order to like reinvest and actually make additional purchases, so they don't have to use their own money. So they're recycling interest that they've earned without touching money and without paying taxes on it, right? They literally jump through all of these loopholes. Now with average Americans, we can't do that. And what these ultra wealthy people do is they spend money paying CPAs so much money to figure out every single way to nickel and dime. And so they don't have to pay stuff. I'll be more specific. Donald Trump, once his tax returns were finally released, it was shown that Donald Trump had only paid $700 in taxes. $700. Red Lady Red, is there ever been a year where you've only had $700 taken for taxes?
No.
Donald Trump did, and he's a billionaire. So this is
And
what they do.
this
They
public
literally,
record,
yes. That was when he finally released his actual taxes. It's shown that he had, even this was when he was in office, he only paid $700 in taxes.
that's interesting, but to be honest with you, I don't believe that.
Sure. If you don't believe it, then why wouldn't you take it and look it up?
Private information?
Yeah, it is. But one of the things that presidents do, the only reason we know this about Donald Trump is because for the longest he said, oh, I'll release my tax return. I'll release my tax return, but it's under audit. It's under audit. And he received so much pressure. And then he finally released it. And that's when we saw that he only paid $700 worth of taxes. It was a whole big deal.
I mean, yeah, because I most definitely paid more than $700 in taxes. But I also seen rich people show their taxes and the amount they pay, or people that's making $300,000 to $400,000 pay more taxes. So yeah, that would be crazy, but I don't believe that.
Yeah, so take a look. There's multiple articles about it. The New York Times has it, and I apologize, I was a little bit off. It's not $700, it's $750. But the title is Trump paid $750 in federal income taxes in 2017. Here's the math. But there's an article from the New York Times, BBC, NPR, and even the Wage and Means, the government site, did a complete breakdown of Donald Trump's payment of taxes. Forbes did, AP News. There's plenty of actual companies that did a complete breakdown of Donald Trump and how much he pays in taxes. So while you may not believe it, Red Lady Red, like it happened in 2017, and people have scrutinized it. You should go take a look at it.
Even heard, not even the left will talk about that, because and to your audience, I don't care to know people personal business, so I'm not gonna be a person that go searching for people information. Now the information that you gave me earlier about that pardon, I most definitely am gonna go look into that, because I most definitely am passionate about the war on that and getting that stuff out of our country. So I most definitely will be looking into that. But
well, and the one thing that I will tell you is that like this isn't necessarily something that's just like, oh, this is, his personal business. This is literally the president of the United States, and he made a big deal about his tax return. And so once he finally released his tax return, because like for the tradition is that presidents release their tax returns, right? And Donald Trump was the only one that hadn't released his tax return. And his premise was, well, my taxes are so complicated, they're always being audited, and I can't release it. And that was his story. And he made the big deal about it by not releasing it. And so, of course, when he finally did release it, it was a massive story. So it's not an instance where like people went to go look for his personal business. It's literally that like he made a huge deal about it, and it's something that was something that no other president had did in United States history. And he waited until he was already in office and in power to release the information.
Waited until he was in office.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He didn't release his tax return until 2018.
Okay. Yeah, I never went and looked at his taxes because I know how much I pay in taxes, and someone that makes more than me, I know they're should be paying more than me because they gross more than me. So that wasn't something I was like, oh, let me go see what Donald Trump paid, or this rich person paid, or that rich person paid. But I do know that rich people most definitely, especially if they have corporations or businesses, if they're overly taxed, they're going to move their businesses to where they feel that they can make a bigger profit at, and the people that's going to suffer is not going to be the heads, it's going to be the regular people like me and you that's working for them companies that's going to lose jobs and probably pensions and all of that. So that's probably why they don't want to overly tax the rich people, especially the ones in corporate, because as we can see, corporations already place their bills on the consumer.
Yeah, I mean, the only issue with that is like it's not true, right? These ultra wealthy people, they don't pay a ton in taxes, and even when they do pay more taxes, they still stay within the country because it's more advantageous for them to be in the country. Question for you: do you know who Jeff Bezos is?
Who is?
Jeff Bezos.
Yeah.
Okay, so you know Jeff Bezos. Cool. Hold on one second. Do you know how much Jeff Bezos was worth in 2024?
Oh, never cared.
Okay. So Jeff Bezos was worth $231 billion in 2024. And when Jeff Bezos paid personal taxes, he paid $2.7 billion in personal taxes. Quick maths. Do you know how much of his actual worth he paid in taxes?
Oh, I never looked into Jeff Bezos.
No, I'm saying what percentage is that?
Percentage in what?
If he was worth 231 billion and he paid 2.7 billion in taxes, what percentage is that?
Probably under 10%.
Yeah. 1 second here. Sorry. Sorry. Trying to get here. So he actually paid 1.17% of taxes, right? 1.17%. And so just to kind of do the math on that and just make sure you understand, that's like if you make $100,000 a year, that would be you paying $1,170 in taxes. Think about that. Jeff Bezos, of his $231 billion, paid $2.7 billion worth of taxes. That would be like someone making $100,000 in 1 year and only paying $1,170 worth of taxes. That means that they have over $99,000 or $98,000 to spend however they want. You get what I'm saying?
I already agree with you that if I already thought that a person that was making more than me was paying more in taxes. Didn't I already state that?
Well, yeah, but your premise is that these ultra wealthy people already pay a bunch in taxes and all this other stuff. And what I'm telling you is proportionate to their wealth.
They do, because I've seen some, not even people regular people that's millionaires. I've seen their stuff and they pay a hefty amount in taxes.
Right. And Lady Red, what I'm saying to you, right? To me and you, we can both agree that $2.7 billion is a lot of money to us, right? Okay. The point that I'm making is, let's not even say, you know, it's $100,000, because, you know, $100,000 is a lot of money. A lot of people don't make $100,000. Let's say that they make $10,000 a year, right? $10,000. If someone made $10,000 a year, then they would pay at 1.17%. That means they would pay $111. Do you think that $111 is a lot of money?
No.
Okay. So the point that I'm trying to make.
Okay, I have a.
Well, hold on. Let me land this point. Let me land this point. The point that I'm making is it's relative to their overall value, right? So while $2.7 billion is a massive amount of money, it's money that you and I will never see, never touch. It's a drop in the bucket to people like Jeff Bezos. It's $117 for people like Jeff Bezos.
So you think that Jeff Bezos should, who's already paying that amount of taxes because it's not equal to me paying in mines, but he still paid more taxes than me. You think that he should pay more of his income?
Oh yeah, no, like me personally, I think we should eat rich. I personally think like billionaires are unethical and they shouldn't exist, but that's just my perspective. The point that I'm just trying to get across though is if you want to be logical, at the very least, we should agree that paying like 1% of taxes is not acceptable for anyone. Like that's what we should agree on.
You saying paying 1%?
Yes, 1% in taxes
I feel like it should be equal across the board, but either way it goes, they still pay more in taxes than you
have more. Again, that's why I broke it down to you. The $2.7 billion for Jeff Bezos is like $117 for us. You get what I'm saying? Like that's why I tried to. It's proportional to what you have.
No, trust me, I totally get what you're saying, right? But they still pay more taxes than you. Right. So when let's say you become a millionaire or a billionaire, right? And you pay your fair share of taxes.
But that's not the fair share.
You're gonna want.
How is 1.1%
at this point it's just
share?
not gonna go nowhere. I don't feel like they already paying that, and if I was a millionaire, I would want to keep my wealth as well. Only difference is I would help my community more, but outside of that, you literally only saying that because you don't make that type of money, because to a billionaire it might be to what I make for him, but still he paid his part.
Well, again, Lady Red, that's why I'm not even talking about like billions. I'm talking about in proportion to the amount of money. I'm not even talking about the actual total. I'm talking about proportionality. That's why I made the equivalent in saying like $117. It's literally $2.7 billion is the same thing to Jeff Bezos is $117 is to us. That's the point that I'm making.
It's still $2.7 billion at the end of the day.
I don't think that it's not analogous. I think that there's a disconnect. I think that we've been, for some reason in our society, because we live in a capitalistic society, we've been conditioned to think that like these billionaires should be able to keep like all this money, when literally there's no ethical billionaire. Like being able to make $1 billion, there's no way that you can ethically make $1 billion. And literally they're the haves. They're the haves of the haves of the haves. These people are, no matter who's in power, no matter if it's a Republican or a Democrat. They're the ones that are always going to benefit. Every single billionaire benefited from the BBB. It doesn't matter if they voted for Donald Trump or not. They still got these massive kickbacks through the BBB. And that's the point that I'm trying to get to. And so I feel no sympathy for billionaires. Like I absolutely think we should eat the rich, but at the very least, we should agree that someone who has that much money should be paying more than 1.17% in taxes. That's like the whole point.
Okay, I can agree to that. Maybe he should pay more than 1.7%, but you still got to take in consideration that 1.7% is still a nice amount of money.
Yeah. I'm not saying that $2.7 billion is a massive amount of money, no matter how you look at it. But I think that understanding like these people like Jeff Bezos, like Mark Zuckerberg, like Elon Musk, they have so much wealth. Like Elon Musk is on course to become the first trillionaire in United States history. Like we can't overlook that, and we can't
trying to get him to give me $500K. Y'all sign my petition for Elon Musk to give me $500K. I'm gonna sweat him until he give me that $500K because they got it to give. But I'm gonna go ahead and
all right. Well, I appreciate you coming up and having a conversation with me. Yeah, I unmuted you, and so if you want to stay in the chat, you can definitely stay. So, but
and to your audience is so mean, so this. But yeah.
You don't get to talk about my chat. Like you and I are good, but you can't keep bashing my chat. I got the best chat on TikTok. We can't do that. We cannot bash my chat. W's in the chat for Jennifer for the $5 donation saying, let me know, is there any way I can get you a jersey and I'll send the priority. Jennifer, how? How can you get a Tedero McMillan jersey? Oh, because you're in North Carolina. Yes, listen, I was sitting there thinking like freaking because I can't even buy, they don't sell Carolina Panthers merchandise in Washington State. And so like I was literally looking and there's a possibility that jersey won't get here in time for the playoffs. So that's a whole fucking thing. W's in the chat for Jennifer for that. W's in the chat for Roxy for the one. October 2025, Zohan is was given a presidential pardon by President Trump. The pardon was given amid the executive business dealing between ByteDance and the World Liberty Financial, a cryptocurrency company owned by the Trump family. That's absolutely true. W's in the chat for Jennifer for the $5 dono saying, I grew up in the 70s, Queens, 5 miles from Trump House. His father was Triple K. I know. Refused rent to Black people. Kept 2 sets of books. Books. Kicked old ladies out of their homes and condos, laundered monies to the Russians, and Trump Tower. Trump is a lifelong liar and cheat. Absolutely. W's in the chat for Laura for the $2 donut saying this lady reminds me of a dad sitting at the kitchen table and screaming at his kid. If Johnny has 2 apples, listen, sometimes I got to break out the apples. Not going to lie, guys. Sometimes I do break out those apples. W's in the chat for Russ Belt for the $5 super chat to say, in the past, presidents have divested their business interests before taking office to avoid any appearance of impropriety. Trump has never. Exactly. W's in the chat for Rad, who sent this is a different Rad 2251, who sent a $5 super chat to say the ERA is simple but made intentionally complex by the powers that be. Don't let it stop you from learning how to end bans based off of ES, EE, and EX. I don't know what that's referring to. But yes, W's in the chat for Stacy for the $1.99 super chat to say small businesses are closing because of tariffs, literally. And W's in the chat for Rad, who sent a $5 super chat to say, caller, you got 1 gallon of water, tax a quart. Bezos is swimming in the pool and tax 5 gallons. We were noticing how much it's gone. Swimming pool or you? Like, yeah, exactly. It's proportionalities. W's in the chat for all the donors, guys. If anyone else like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links and Linktree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted, anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat. And I will read that out. Guys, I know that was a long one now, but we're still here. We're still locked in. Raw Diggity, are you still here?
Yeah, I'm still alive. I didn't.
Holy smokes! I can't believe you hung on.
I don't know. Actually, I'm kind of glad you kept talking to her. It started off slow, but I'm sorry. Maybe people in the chat won't agree with me, but when I hear other people on lives, that lady was smarter than like almost every single last one of them I've heard on lives.
Really?
You don't agree? No, I think she's smart because maybe you don't agree with what she's saying, but she's got. I felt like sometimes
which part was smart?
Well, she hit you with an alternative perspective. You understand what I'm saying? When you notice she didn't go and crash out and stuff.
Yeah, but yeah, and which I appreciate
everything.
her not crashing out, but which part was smart?
I'm trying to remember. Because see, I kind of like ADHD. I know what's going on.
Too. I'm medicated,
but I forget. As soon as I turn around, I forget. You understand what I'm saying? I'm like that. I'm really bad at ADHD.
I am too. Listen, I have ADHD, but I'm medicated. 30 milligrams. But like I'm still trying to remember which part was smart because it was like maybe I'm off base, but it was a lot of me like trying to explain to her what happened and things that she didn't know about and
yeah, like stuff she didn't know about. But like I'm trying to remember. I swear, dude, there's things that I saw where she was coming from, and I don't think everybody would come with the same perspective. I can't remember what they were. I'm trying to remember what it was because I was listening.
Does the opposite perspective make her smart, or like does actually knowing stuff make you smart? Because I can give you alternative perspective. Listen, I can make a debate right now about why Kobe Bryant is the GOAT, right? I can literally make an argument as far as why Kobe Bean Bryant is the greatest basketball player of all times. That doesn't mean that that makes me right. Because, of course, we understand that truly the debate boils down to Michael Jordan and LeBron James. But just because I can give you an alternative perspective doesn't make me right.
Yeah, but if you can articulate why you think it is instead of going, crashing out and saying, no, Kobe's the best. He's the best. I saw the way he hit that 3-pointer. Oh, he's the best. You know what I'm saying?
So wait, raw diggity. Are you saying that we've made it to the point in society where we're giving people credit just for being able to have a conversation and not being ridiculous people?
I don't know. We maybe are going to have to give people a prize for that these days.
That's if that's where we are, we're in trouble. We're in more trouble than that's why I have this up here. You crash out, you lose, because we're all adults. We're not kids. We should be able to talk to each other. Think about it, raw diggity. You don't walk up to people in your real life and just start screaming or slurring and all that. We function in society as far as just talking to people on a normal basis. Why is it that when we get behind these screens on these lives that people can't even engage in an actual conversation? That's a heck of a low bar just to say oh, at least they didn't crash out. No, we're adults. You have to be 18 years of age or older in order to get on the TikTok live. And if you're 18 years of age or older, you should be able to have a conversation with someone without losing your shit.
Yeah, but I can't think of there's things she said that seemed like she knew, she had actually been listening and actually knew some things. She didn't know everything. I can't remember what they were because I tell you, I forgot. I'm the type of person sometimes when I turn around, I forget exactly what I was even doing. You understand what I'm saying? I have bad,
we talked about terrorists. We talked about Donald Trump enriching himself. We talked about the fact that there were wars, Ukraine. I'm so confused, because I can't remember one thing that she, even when I talked about, I said, hey, did you know about Donald Trump pardoning the former president of Honduras? She didn't know that. We talked about, I was like, hey, did you know about what happened with the Swiss meeting and tariffs? She didn't know about that. When I said, hey, did you know that Donald Trump only paid $750 in taxes? She didn't know that. So again, this was a lot of people in the chat specifically was losing patience with me because it was a lot of me actually teaching someone things that they should know about someone that they voted for versus them making an actual articulate point about why they voted for him. And in a lot of instances, she was just saying, well, I don't know about that. I'm gonna have to go look that up. I haven't heard that, so I can't speak on that. I don't know, so I don't have an opinion on that. So again,
I'm sorry if I can't remember. I understand what you're saying about, I'm sorry. What is it? I understand what you're saying about that she didn't know about certain things about Well, certain things you didn't know about. Yes, I can remember what you were talking. Some of the things like the crypto, I don't think she knew about. I didn't know everything about that. I knew some of it. And the taxes, she didn't know everything about that either, I don't think. Yes. I guess towards the end, I guess it was earlier on in the conversation, the part I don't remember, because I do remember those parts we brought up. It was, maybe that's where I started listening less. I don't know.
Got it. Raw Diggity, after you sat here, because I know we talked for like an hour, you sat here and listened this entire time. Have I changed your perspective on Donald Trump, or where do you stand currently?
I'm still basically right where I was. Okay,
Why?
I'm gonna say since he started, I can't follow everything he does. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not like the other administration, and this one's kind of like a wild ride type deal. You know, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's hard to pinpoint everything and decide how things should and shouldn't be. You know, if you understand what I'm saying, because when it comes to it's very complicated. The law is very complicated subject, and policy is very complicated. So I don't think like I don't feel like people are stupid on either side of the aisle in either side of the aisle, because there's different perspectives and different outcomes and things that people value and everything else under the sun. There's like, when you talk about things like science or religion, I think you understand, like, those are things I'd like to talk about more than politics, because sometimes policy today can affect policy, like what happens down the road, and I can't tell you what's going to happen. It's just too complicated for me to I just admit it, because I used to like to watch politics, but it's a more difficult subject. And I don't feel like everybody's stupid on the other side or not. You understand what I'm saying? I think sometimes when you come closer to the middle of thinking, you may be like my sister-in-law. She said she's a middle of the aisle person, and I respect that, closer to the middle.
Okay, so let me do this then, because I was going to hit you with something that I think like is absolutely political, that you can get behind, and you can say like, I completely disavow the Republican Party for this, but I don't want to do that because it's wrapped in policy. How about this? Let's pull out an oldie but a goodie.
Okay.
As someone that votes on the right, how do you feel about abortion?
I really don't like it, to be honest with you. I don't feel it's good for the country, and I don't feel it's good for individuals either.
Okay, perfect. So let's dig into that one for a second. Your stance on abortion, it seems like you said the country and people, your moral compass, is your moral compass based in your religion, or like, where do you get your moral compass from?
Religion, I would say. I would say that everybody has an inner moral compass, but my ideology built around my moral compass, I would say, is from religion, if that makes sense.
Okay, cool. As far as abortion, do you subscribe to any type of exceptions? Like, are you saying that I'm good with abortion in this case or that case, or is it no exceptions?
Okay, so let me just bring up this example, all right? So back in the old days, if someone like a young girl, but this is maybe it becomes a mute argument in the end, but let me explain it.
Well, hold on, just make sure you understand what I'm saying. It's like, do you subscribe to the exception? And a lot of people say that they have the exceptions for like incest and grape or life of the mother. Do you subscribe to any of those, or you just say like no abortions, period?
I would say the life of the mother is where I was going. Like back in the old days, if a young girl were to get pregnant with their young boyfriend, right? Then she would, because of the lack of proper health care, if she was too underdeveloped, she would die. So if there was a possibility of abortion, then you would maybe only the way to save the girl would to be perform an abortion, because in the day they didn't have good C-sections and such like that. So yeah, I guess it's not the life of the mother.
Okay. Exception. What about grape, and which you can't say the word, but like grape, or what about incest? Would you allow exceptions for either one of them?
Well, the problem is, to be ideologically consistent, I would have to say no. Okay. Because I don't know what else to do at this point.
Okay. Okay, that's fair.
if you don't mind, I would say one thing further. I feel like a policy based on life, except for when it's going to cause the unaliving of the mother, would actually cause less life to be lost. So then there would be exceptions where those times would happen with rape and incest. If you know what I'm saying, it would be more proportionate in the side of life. If you understand what I'm saying.
So just to verify, with that being said, if there were a nationwide abortion ban that were instituted and the only exception was life of the mother, you would support that. Is that an accurate statement?
Yeah, yes, I guess I would have to go with that. I understand people have reserve about it, but
okay, perfect. That's exactly where I wanted to go. Okay, check me out, Raw Diggity. So this is something I've been trying to get off the ground, and I've been looking for a conservative to help me with this one, right? So you seem like you're the perfect person, right? Follow me on this one. I agree, right? I don't think that we should be unaliving babies, right? You and I can absolutely agree on that one, right?
Babies, so you use the term babies, of course, yes.
Okay, cool. All right. So since you and I both agree on this one, this is what I've been trying to get off the ground. And Raw Diggity, I think it's you. I think it's you, the person I need to lock arm in arm and march down Pennsylvania Avenue with me to help get this done. Check this out, Raw Diggity. Look at flashing in lights, neon lights, right in the middle of Times Square. Mandatory vasectomies. What do you think about that one?
I got an issue with it to start out because, see, from my position, and now I'm not the dating.
Wait, hold on. Sorry. Let me give you more because maybe you said you have an issue. Let me tell you what I'm thinking, because maybe if I like spell out the plan, then it'll alleviate any of the issues and I can get you on board. Check it out. Cool. Mandatory vasectomies. At the age of 16, we mandate vasectomies for all boys, right?
I would rather
vasectomies
not touch words like that.
Hold on, just listen for a second. Just listen for a second, right? At the age of 16, right? One, vasectomies are safe, effective, and efficient, right? They're reversible up to 5 years in most cases. Some cases it may, differ depending on the people, blah, blah, blah. But within 5 years, they have the same level of efficacy as far as reversals as getting it like the day after or whatever. So you can get a reverse, and even more, you can, after 5 years, you can still get it. It's just the actual ability to reverse it decreases just slightly, right? But you can also freeze your sperm prior to the vasectomy. So even if you hit that 5-year threshold and you decide that you don't want to get a reverse, you can still have kids, right? Vasectomies are an outpatient procedure. It's a quick snip. The recovery is super fast, and it's more safe and efficient than any form of birth control, any form of IUD, the shot, the pill, all of those things, right? And we can mandate the vasectomies, and then by the time that these men are turning 21, they can make the decision whether they want to get it reversed or not. This would eliminate all need for abortion. Follow me. No more unaliving babies, because you don't need the abortions unless it's like medically concerned or whatever. And then it eliminates, listen, Raw Diggity, we know women, right? Women, right? Raw Diggity, women. Let's just take that decision away from it. Like, Raw Diggity is like, oh, my body, my choice. You know what? Forget them and their body and their choice. We can make it our bodies and our choices, right? So we eliminate the women from even needing the abortions, and we address the root cause of the issues, which is mandatory vasectomies. I think we can do it. I think that's it.
Okay. I thought we got past the idea of mandatory sterilization. I guess maybe not quite sterilization.
Oh, that's not sterilization. It's reversible.
Oh, well, yeah. But I got a problem. Listen, I got a problem at this point in our society.
Why?
Here's the why. One of the main problems I have is because of our already have too low of a birth rate. So you're going to increase that problem. And you understand if a man knows, it's going to make men know that they cannot get a woman pregnant. That's going to increase like frivolous, like, you know, using other people for our own reasons, if you understand what I'm saying.
You mean having random sex?
Yeah, like.
Oh, I don't care about that, raw diggity. I don't meat watch. I think people should have as much sex as they can, as much consensual sex as they can. I don't care. Chat. If you can get laid tonight, make sure you do it. As long as it's consensual, go out and get you some. Like I don't meat watch. I don't care about people having sex.
No, but the problem is, though, when you do that, according to data, as far as I've looked into it, the more people that you know, do the thing with, like individual bodies, the worse outcomes you're going to have in your future relationships per body, at least to a certain point. Maybe.
Are you saying that body counts matter?
For women and men, because it makes
I don't think so. What's the data? Where are you looking at? What empirical data do you have that says like body counts matters? Because I don't think that's I don't think anyone has done a study to subjectively prove that body count matters. Now, you could talk about the possibility of spreading any type of STD or STI. Like, yes, that's definitely a factor. And I'm not, again, I'm advocating for safe consensual sex, but like, I don't think it matters how many quote unquote bodies you have.
This is what I've read. Well, let me go to something that's probably more well documented, but maybe, okay. And it's the same as my far understanding. It's really kind of like the same. It's kind of like a similar thing, but it's maybe a more permanent example. So when it comes to marriages, the first time marriages are like around 50%, but as like divorcial rate. But the more marriages you have, the greater the divorcial rate goes. Because as far as I understand,
the divorce rate for a marriage period in the U.S. is over 55%. Most marriages don't make it. Listen, I'm not talking about all that. I think we're getting way away from that, and I need to bring us back because I really want to get this mandatory vasectomies off the ground. Help me understand, because again, like you can talk about the birth rate, but yet I already gave you a solution for the birth rate. You can freeze sperm prior to actually doing this. So it's not a risk of reducing the birth rate. I mean, like literally you can still have kids even with the vasectomy.
This is just too much of a rare.
Wait. Okay, hold on. So I guess this is the symmetry breaker for me then, raw diggity, because you and I talked about like mandatory. You and I agreed that neither one of us want to unalive babies. And yes, I know that I keep saying babies for this person. It's for a reason. I'll let you know soon. But you and I agree that we don't want to unalive babies. And we agree, like the end conclusion is making sure that we don't unalive babies. Now, I guess the symmetry breaker then, because you're sitting here advocating for like outlawing abortions when literally that's just like medical, right? Women having access to abortions, that's medical. I mean, like women need it. And you're even sitting here saying like you don't want to give exceptions for rape or incest. Well, hell, if you do the actual, mandatory vasectomies, that'll drop the number for rape and incest as well. So we can address those issues that you don't even give exceptions for. So again, I'm a little bit confused. If you're sitting here saying that you don't want babies unalive, and I'm sitting here saying that I don't want babies unalive, why are you trying to treat the symptom instead of treating the root cause of the issue? The root cause of the issue is the men giving their sperm to women. Why can't we address the men that are giving their sperm to women?
Listen, if there was a magical button you could press that you want to have a baby at a quote unquote wrong time where it could end up in a situation where someone.
Yeah, it's called a vasectomy.
That would be great. But
it's called a vasectomy. Listen, it's literally just a quick snip. Again, you put some peas on your junk for like a day or so and you're good to go. Like you're out hooping in 3 days. Like you can go get raw diggity. You can go get a vasectomy today and then be in the gym like next weekend hooping with your boys how old are you, raw diggity?
34.
34. You can be in your old man church league hooping next weekend if you got a vasectomy today. Like how wild is that?
Well, if my understanding, I know that like you can't get your tube ties, and I think you maybe cannot get your vasectomy done. Maybe this isn't. I think you might.
Oh no! Having a tubal ligation is like a absolutely long, arduous process. That's not an outpatient surgery. Like that's an actual surgery, and having your tubes tied or singed or anything like that. Like that's a long process. And then even when you talk about like IUDs, right? Think about this. When women get IUDs implanted, not only is it super painful, like way painful than a vasectomy, but it causes massive bleeding. It causes like massive cramping and pain. And then even when women have IUDs, right, it releases a massive amount of chemicals, unless they get like a copper IUD, which copper IUDs are less effective. But if they get like the other ones, then it releases massive amounts of chemicals, which then cause like emotional irregularities within women. And then it also has like additional side effects, whether we talk about like weight gain and all this other stuff. Like there's so many additional issues that come with like the implementing like the shot, the pill, or the IUD for women. But again, for men, quick snip, boom, they're good. They can keep, again, raw diggity, you can get one today and be hooping next weekend.
I ain't even trying to have a girl though, but you're talking in a general sense. Yeah. But there's, if I understand, there's a reason, like they don't let women get their tubes tied, and I'm guessing they don't let men get vasectomies.
That's not true. That's not true. I mean, you can go get a vasectomy today, no issue. If a woman wanted to go get, if a married woman in a lot of states, if they wanted to go get their tubes tied today, did you know that they have to actually have permission from their husbands to do it? And then in other situations, doctors will say, oh, you're not old enough. Oh, you haven't had enough kids. But if a man walked into a clinic and said, I want a vasectomy, you know what they're going to say? Lay back, spread eagle, lift. I got you. Like that's literally.
I don't know if that's fair though.
Because yeah, fair comes in the fall and we're in the winter, bub. We're not talking about the fair.
No, because I understood that because the reason, like in Ohio, that I understood that people weren't allowed to get their tubes tied was because they didn't have kids. So I was thinking that was maybe the thing.
But again, like the point that I'm boiling it down to, right, is you're talking about regulating women's bodies when obviously like the legislating of women's body has been a cantankerous topic, right? It's been something that people have fought about. Hey, raw diggity, it's just me and you talking right now. These pesky women, for some reason, they don't want us to control their bodies. And I'm like, nah, fuck that. How about instead of us controlling them, their bodies, I don't want to hear them complaining about it anymore. Let's just control our own bodies. Bro, diggity, why can't we control our own bodies?
That's what I'm trying to do.
Exactly. Mandatory vasectomy. So you're on board.
No, because I don't need a vasectomy.
Okay, cool. How about this? One last alternative. One last alternative then, raw diggity. If you and I can't agree, right? I want mandatory vasectomies. You don't. You want abortions. I don't. Cool. How about this? Instead of us debating, like, we think this should happen, we should legislate on this. We think this should happen, we should legislate on this. How about we just don't legislate anyone's bodies and let them make their own medical decisions, whatever's best between them and their doctors? How about we do that?
But here's the problem. You go down to an individual human. So you're not talking about between whether or not I get a vasectomy is not going to, and maybe you're right that I could go get one if I wanted one. I'm not planning, so I'm not even dating women. But the thing is, that's not, we're not dealing with an individual life that is in existence, because the difference between abortion is you're dealing with two individual lives.
But see, then that's where you get, see, listen, bub, see, this is where you get caught in the, I call it the Santana paradox, right? Because if you're so consistent and you're so worried about those two individual lives, then you would be willing to address the actual root cause, not the symptom. Abortions are the symptoms. The root cause is the men's sperm. And if you want to actually ensure that you don't have to worry about abortions, then you would be on board for mandatory vasectomies. You're logically inconsistent at this point, Rodney.
I would say it's ridiculous, because here's one of the things. People have kids very young. Some people want to have kids very young. It's just ridiculous to make some unilateral decision where everyone gets vasectomies. It's a ridiculous argument.
Do you remember what I said about it being reversible?
But it's ridiculous because...
But hey, what did I say about it being reversible?
It's just stupid because then...
No, raw diggity. What did I say about it being reversible?
You say it's reversible, but I'm sorry.
So even if these people wanted to have children super young, they can get it reversed. They can literally get it reversed. That's not stopping them. the point that I'm getting across, Raw Diggity, and again, this is where you are now in the Santana paradox. You're literally stuck in the loophole of having to admit that either one, you don't actually care about unaliving babies and it's all about controlling women's bodies, or two, you have to admit that advocating for mandatory vasectomies is way better than advocating for a mandatory abortion ban. Like you have to, it's one of the two. You cannot square that circle, because if you keep saying that you want a mandatory abortion ban, which you've already said that you were good with it, then there's no way you can just want to treat symptoms. You have to treat the root cause. Or option 3, which is a get out of jail card, you can just say, you know what, people need to make their own decisions, which I'm good with that. Like, I think people should be able to make their own decisions.
Well, like I already went down to it. You're making a decision about 2 lives. You're not making a decision.
Okay, so if you're going to hold that stance, then you have to advocate to address the root cause and not the symptom.
I'm sorry, but going around and getting vasectomies and reversing them sounds ridiculous to me.
Exactly, but it's less ridiculous than actually mandating an abortion ban, which you advocated for. You are literally stuck in the Santana paradox right now. There's no way out. There's no way out. You have to either admit that all you care about is controlling women's bodies, or you have to say that my idea is better and you're on board. There's no way out. You are in the cocaine of clutch right now, friend. I got you in the figure 4. I got you in the cross-faced chicken wing, and you have to tap.
It doesn't sound like a good idea. It doesn't even sound like you just to go in. It doesn't make sense to me. Like, because we already are at a birth rate issue. So if you do something like that,
you keep bringing up the birth rates, but I've already addressed that. You can freeze sperm prior to the vasectomy. That does not impact the ability to have kids.
That's not how people normally going to have kids or want to have kids.
What does it matter? You can still have kids. And again, it's reversible. Like, nothing that you're saying is, you are literally stuck in the Santana paradox. There's nothing, listen, you know how long take a guess how much I've thought about this. Listen, you remember I said I have ADHD? You remember that?
Yeah.
So what I do, right? I take my medication in the morning. And when I take my medication in the morning, I enter this mode that I call being mossy, right? Where I'm like super focused. You know how much time in the morning after taking my ADHD medication that I have sat and thought about this? I have poked every single hole in this, and it's flawless. This is my domain expansion. Right now you're in a limitless void, but there's no way you're getting out of this limitless void. We're here.
You bring up the idea of freezing sperm, but you realize that in vitro fertilization is actually a barrier to some people for having kids because of the cost involved?
Yeah, I do. And I do. I absolutely do. And so, but you're talking about IVF, right? And the issue with IVF is, one, fucking people on your side are advocating to abolish IVF because of the disposal of zygotes that aren't being used. So even with your premise, as far as you sitting here talking about IVF, like, there's no way that you can consistently hold the premise that you believe in IVF while also saying that you believe in an abortion ban. Like that, you're literally you saying that you don't want these zygotes destroyed. You don't want abortions for fetuses or babies, but yet you're good with people throwing away a bunch of zygotes that didn't work. Where's the consistency? Raw Diggity, you are literally a walking contradiction.
I said you bring up a new problem.
No, you bring up a new problem because you're trying to find a way to you are in my domain, Raw Diggity. You cannot get out. You're trying to wiggle out with IVF, and IVF doesn't give you an escape. I'm fucking Gojo. I'm the GOAT. You are in the limitless void right now.
No, you brought up IVF. Okay, then, okay, sorry, you didn't bring up IVF, excuse me. You brought up freezing sperm. Then please explain to me what you meant by freezing sperm if you didn't mean IVF. How are we going to use the sperm if we weren't going to? Apparently, you weren't the one. You brought up freezing sperms. How were you going to use those freezing sperms in pregnant people? Apparently, you weren't going to use IVF, so what were you going to use?
I absolutely would use IVF. I have no issue Again,
So
I have no issue. Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying.
You brought up IVF.
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. I have no issue with IVF, but that's not the only way to use the frozen sperm.
Okay.
You know, you can use that as far as impregnating women, right? You don't have to go through IVF. You can literally implant the sperm into women. Did you know that?
So you can unthaw it and then use it again. I did not know about this.
Yeah, but Bub, I'm telling you, you're in my domain right now. You're in the limitless void. Do you know who Gojo is?
So you freeze one go.
Wait, no. Answer that question, Raw Diggity. Maybe you're confused right now about why I keep saying you're in my domain expansion. Do you know who Gojo is?
No, but I'd like to go back to
Gojo is the GOAT. Gojo is the GOAT. And Gojo got jobbed by Sukuna. Or Sukuna,
I'd like to go back to what you said, though. Can I please go back to what you said?
Sure.
You said that apparently you can use the sperm by unfreezing and put it in. But you understand that's like how much sperm am I going to keep in a bank? I'm sure it's not cheap.
A lot. You know how much like sperm you can is usable in like one let's call it a load.
I'm not sure, but I was trying to go to something. Because as far as my understanding, it takes like 80 something tries on average to get pregnant. Maybe that's not quite accurate, but you don't just get pregnant every single time when you do it the original way. So how much sperm am I going to need to freeze here?
How many sperms are in an average load? Go back to that question.
I'm probably like, I don't know, maybe like 1 billion. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I want to make sure I get the correct number.
But like when?
No, hold on one second.
Okay.
Hey, look, no lie, swear to God, chat, right now, one of the searches is how much sperm is in one load. Swear to God, I didn't say that. It's literally right here. It's called a load. Fucking Google term. That's a scientific term now. I'm a fucking scientist. I'm a doctor. Dr. Santana, thinking about loads. Anyway, there's over 1 billion sperm per load in normal situations. About 1.5 to 5 milliliters per volume can average from tens of millions to over 1 billion sperm. So per load, that's a shit ton of sperm.
But you understand that's the amount that's going in every time. And that's the amount.
No, you don't have to put that amount in every time. What are you talking about, Bub? How many sperms does it take to impregnate an egg?
It takes one, but you understand how many you put in there and how many of them don't make it?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that you don't need a whole load in order to get a woman pregnant. Literally, you can split up loads. I mean, you can take a load and you can split it up and keep trying.
Yeah, but you want to have a healthy load. That's the point. Because if you have a little bit, that's going to decrease your chances. Do you understand how much goes in each time and how many times it doesn't work? So then you're going to decrease the amount by splitting it up. I'm sorry, Santana, but I'm not saying you know a lot of stuff, okay? So I don't want to bring that down. You know what I'm saying? I would say you know a lot of stuff. But this seems ridiculous to me. I'm just sorry. It just all sounds ridiculous to me.
You know what?
I'm sorry.
You know what? I'm gonna agree with you. Hold on. I'm gonna agree with you. It is ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. So again, in order to get you out of my domain expansion, I think you and I need to agree. You don't like my idea, right? You don't like my idea of mandatory vasectomies. That's fine. I think your idea of abortions or abortion ban is shit. And like, there's no, like you can't give me anything that's more beneficial to having a nationwide abortion ban versus a mandatory vasectomy. Like you can't, name one thing that is more beneficial as far as a nationwide abortion ban versus a mandatory vasectomy.
Well, you already told me it was they were ridiculous with the mandatory vasectomy by your own.
Yeah, no, it is, but see, the reason why I lock you in this perfect domain is because the end result is us agreeing that we should not pass legislation to mandate anything on the men or women's bodies. We should let people be able to make decisions based off of what's best for them and through the recommendation of their doctors.
Okay, well, then let me ask you this question. When we're done with the abortion, whose body is in the waste? Whose body's in the waste when the abortion is done?
So if I'm gonna keep it a buck with you, if I'm gonna keep it a Billy Wow, right? Do you know what that means? Do you know what a Billy Wow means?
Yeah, you're trying to say you're going to keep it 100? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah. Oh, raw diggity, are you black?
No.
Oh, okay, that's a black thing. I didn't think you would know it. Anyway, if I'm gonna keep it a being with you, I don't give a shit about fetuses. I don't. Like, the only reason I called it a baby is because for some reason, people like you, the only reason that you guys care is if you seem to attribute a fetus as being a baby. It's just a clump of cells. I don't give a shit about that. And if you're talking about when it gets to the point of viability, like, yeah, that's what Roe v. Wade was for, but apparently you guys don't even want Roe v. Wade. So you can sit here and try to like talk about like the clump of cells, but I don't really give a shit about the clump of cells. I don't. Like, that's where we stand. So my point being is, yeah, you can say what's a fetus isn't a baby.
I'm sure you've heard this one, you know this, but we're all a clump of cells. That is what we are. We're not a organism.
You know what's also a clump of cells? My poop.
What?
My poop, but I don't worry about what happens after it leaves my body. I just want it out. Like, you can sit here and talk about a clump of cells all you want to, but like and neither is a fetus. It's just a clump of cell until it actually has subjective experiences, until it's sentient. It's not a human life either. Like, your understanding of human life and your position on human life is.
Are you saying that kids that are born with only brain stems and they are incapable of having sentient experiences, that these are not?
What I'm saying is that anything before the point of viability cannot. What I'm saying, anything before sentient cannot have a subjective experience.
That's what I'm telling you. Babies are born that where their frontal cortex is not all the way formed, and they do not have subjective experience.
I'm talking about fetuses. I'm not talking about a baby that comes out. I'm talking about the fetuses. I'm talking about prior to the point of viability. If you're so worried about viability, then you should be upholding Roe v. Wade. That's the point.
No, hold on a second, because you just made a distinction. You said subjective experiences, and I'm telling you, babies are born that cannot have subjective experiences, yet we do not terminate them, and yet people still keep them.
I'm not talking about babies that have made it to the term of sustaining life without support of the mother. I'm talking about the parasite that lives off of the mother and cannot sustain life without the mother. If it is at the point, listen to me for a second. If it makes it past the point where it can sustain life without the mother, then it can actually be born. I'm only talking about the fetuses that cannot sustain life without the mother. Once they get once they get past the point where they can actually sustain by themselves, then that's different. That's the point that I'm making.
But
you keep talking about babies that are born that, without their frontal cortex connected. I'm not talking about that situation. I'm talking about prior to the point of being able to survive outside of the mother's womb on your own.
Hold on. So are you saying now that you do not value fetuses that both cannot survive with the mother outside of the womb and don't have subjective experiences? Because you brought that up. I didn't bring it up.
Yes. If you can't survive outside the mother's womb on your own, then I don't value you.
Okay, so then why do you even bring up subjective experience? Because apparently
it's something that you guys want. I like the listen, Raw Diggity. I thought I made this very clear. I've literally been trying to speak your language this entire time. I don't give a shit about the clump of cells. I've been literally trying to give you a fucking carrot to try to entice you over to the point, but yet it keeps going over your head. Fucking let people do what they want with their bodies. Like, let people do what they're. I don't even like talking about abortions because you don't have. How many uteruses do you have, Raw Diggity? How many uteri you got?
We not move on from where we were.
How many uteri do you have?
We not move on. You're moving on.
Raw Diggity, how many uteri do you have?
I don't have any.
All right, then stop fucking talking about abortion. I don't have one either. That's why I don't normally talk about abortions. That's why I'm trying to get behind mandatory vasectomies. But you are so worried about controlling women that you don't want to get back to mandatory vasectomies. And you only want to talk about abortions because you only want to control women's bodies. And with that being said, Raw Diggity, I think we reached in because, like, again, now we're looping back around and it's fucking pointless. It's fucking pointless. That was a lot, chat. If you're in the request, make sure you are a Trump supporter. I'm only looking to debate some Trump supporters. We're only looking for some debates. I got a shit ton of thank yous to catch up on. But if you are in the request, make sure you're a Trump supporter. We're going to get right back to debates. Let me speed run this really quick. W's in the chat for Jamie. Jamie sent a $20 donation saying, you're amazing. Thank you for everything that you do. Jamie, fucking amazing yourself. Thank you. W's in the chat for Susan for the 5 saying, sorry, not more. Susan, I fucking love you. You are absolutely awesome. W's in the chat for you. And holy shit, guys, massive fucking W's in the chat for Alexandria for the $50 donation, saying your patience, approach, and consistency and ability to put your ego aside to have a meaningful conversation is very much valued. You bridge the gap. Thank you for your time, commitment, and lightheartedness. Thank you so much, Alexandra. Like, seriously, that means a shit ton to me. Not only the donation, but the kind words. I really mean it. W's in the chat for Joseph for the $25 donation, saying, really appreciate what you're doing. As a recent progressive convert, I really appreciate the issues that I don't have great visibility on. Thank you for what you do. Also, mandatory vasectomy is such a freaking good idea. Listen, it's my domain expansion. They can't get out of it. W's in the chat for Katie. Katie for the $5 donation, saying, GTFO, this dude is fine regulating women's bodies, but when it comes to men, doesn't think it's right. We can't get a tubal ligation because it's permanent. He just wants to control women. Exactly. They all just want to control women's body. That's the end. Point blank, period. It's nothing more than that. W's in the chat for JoJo. Thank you so much for the $10 donation, saying, fuck, I love you. Great points. Long-term birth control use and pregnancy can lead to liver damage too. Exactly. And there's so many negative impacts on the women's body. W's in the chat for Marie for the $1.11 donation, saying 39, never married, no kids, all parts of my life plan. Took 2 years off ago to get a doctor to approve a tubal. Bad candidate for surgery or hormonal because of health issues. F it, got a rose toy, and I'm celibate until menopause. Men vote against us and then complain that we don't F them. Exactly. Guys, honestly, if you want women to give you more play, then maybe you guys should be more palatable. W's in the chat for Jared for the $2 donation, saying, Santana, I'm over here like Bob Backlund, put him in the cross, Bob Buckland, put him in the crossface chicken wing. Listen, sometimes you gotta, lock them up. W's in the chat for MAGA Cries for the $2 donation, saying, just another discussing forced birth clown. Exactly, that's what they're about, forced birth. W's in the chat for Aaron for the $3 donation, saying, welcome to the Unlimited Blade Works, where blades are used to give vasectomies. Holy shit, that's absolutely what we're gonna call it. W's in the chat for Corey for the $2 donation, saying, I'm driving and I pulled over to ask, did he fail sex ed or sex ed failed him? What's happening? Sex ed absolutely failed him. Absolutely. W's in the chat for Turdy, who sent a $2 donation, saying Larry Bird is the GOAT. MJ agrees. I don't. W's in the chat for Activista, who sent a $2 super chat to say vasectomy equals personal responsibility. Couldn't agree more. W's in the chat for Algorithm, who just became a late night tuber, a member over on YouTube. Thank you. W's in the chat for Eli for the $5 super chat. Say, Santana, did you hear that Trump didn't back the opposition leader to Maduro because she didn't demand her Nobel Peace Prize be given to Trump? I can believe that. Like, he's a ridiculous person. W's in the chat for Eli, who also sent a $2 super chat to say Midas Touch just tweeted about it. I can believe it. W's in the chat for Die424, who sent a $5 super chat to say, on another note, me and Bryce Young are going to hit up Panama Beach for vacation after the next week. Whatever. We're going to the Super Bowl. We're going to the Uber Bowl. JK just pulling off for Panthers Love. I love you so much. Thank you so much for that, guys. W's in the chat for all the donors. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything is accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out, guys. Keep tapping the screen. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 500,000 likes. Please and thank you. Let's get the likes up to 500,000 likes. And only request up if you are a Trump supporter. We are only looking for some debates, guys. Please do not request up if you are not a Trump supporter. We're not talking to friendlies. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, look up at the top. You see the word follow? That means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. Hit that follow button. Make sure you are following me, and make sure you follow the backup account. We'll be on the backup account in the morning, so make sure you're following both of them. Let's see here. Looks like the box is clearing out pretty quickly. I think maybe I've had too long of conversations and they don't want to talk to me. Dagnammit. Damn it, Bobby. It was a whole box full of people. You know what, chat? I have to remember, like, Trump supporters are like fucking fruit flies. They have the attention spans of like, they have the attention spans of a hopped up toddler on candy. And I know they're still here because there's 1.5 thousand of us hanging out here. And there's no way that all of you fucks with me. I know there's got to be some haters out there. Hi, haters. Get in the box. W's in chat for Dylan for the $4.99 super chat to say that dude was a C head. It's sad, man. These men are like that. Yeah, they suck. They suck. That was too much of an old school wrestling reference. Sometimes I got to get it. Anyway, if you're a Trump supporter, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates, and I think that Trump supporters, you got to get ready. Get your boots, right? There's no way that you can still support Donald Timothy Trump, and that's what it is, chat. Chat, the reason why they are so afraid to get in the box, one, they're scared of me, right? I get it. I'm intimidating. I'm amazing. Fucking amazing. Yeah, that's what it is. Fuck those guys. W's in the chat for me. But more than that, they know for a fact that they are overwhelmingly supporting a person who is harmful, right? And when I say harmful, I don't mean just to like their enemies, right? Because we all know that Trump supporters voted based off of hate. They voted because they thought that Donald Trump was going to harm all the people that either they don't like or they're scared of, because we do understand they're scared of everything. Trump supporters are scared of their shadows, like literally scared of their shadows. But they also thought that they could actually vote to harm other people and it wouldn't happen to them. But you know, I like math. And 1 + 1 is always going to equal 2 every single time. And the math on the equation that they completed was you fuck around and you find out. But for some reason, MAGA, Trump supporters, you guys thought that the find out portion would not occur with the fuck around, and you are now, because prices are more expensive, right? Inflation is up, right? Donald Trump is starting more wars. You ain't got that $2,000 Doge check. You're not getting that tax refund credit that he said that he was going to give. Like, Donald Trump promised so much shit and not giving you anything. You guys got played. Not only did you get played, but now to save face, you have to pretend as if you didn't. Right? Like, you have to pretend as if the thing that I've been hearing Trump supporters lie about lately, which we know that they, you know what? Maybe I'll be gracious and say they don't lie, but they live in an alternative reality, right? The thing that they actually have been saying lately is that, oh, well, groceries where I live are down. That's the lie that they've been telling themselves lately. That groceries are actually down. That's not true. That's absolutely not true. Grocery prices are up, but they try to use like the specific point of saying, oh, they're down in my area. But you know what's so funny? We got this funny little thing called the internet. We got this funny little tool called the internet. And we can fact check that shit. Lock in, chat. We were about to fact check that shit, and they don't like that. They absolutely don't like that. I guess that's where we are. I guess it's more easy and comfortable for them to live in their safe space in their point of delusion, in the point where everything is all better because their daddy is in charge. But I'll tell you a secret about their daddy. Their daddy went to go get some milk and a pack of Cools and never came back. And now they're just sitting around waiting for their daddy. That's a sad existence. That's a sad life, chat. To be fucking adults waiting on your daddy to come back and save you. And he never does. MAGA, I feel bad for you guys. I actually do. You guys are abandoned kids, and that's the problem. God damn it. Oh well. W's in the chat for Kara for the $5 donation saying, here's something for the vasectomy idea. They can now install a radio control valve instead of a snip. You can just turn it on and off. Ain't no fucking way. Really? Okay, I'm gonna have to look that up. Somebody in the chat said concepts of, what did you say? Concepts of sympathy. God damn. And W's in the chat for Mikael, holy shit, who sent out 5 membership subscriptions over on the YouTube. Massive W's in the chat. Thank you so much for the 5 subscriptions. You are fucking awesome. Guys, if anyone else like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links, and Linktree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted, anything's appreciated. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Keep tapping the screen. Let's get the lights up to 500,000 likes. Make sure you hit that follow button. Follow me. And if you're a Trump supporter, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates, guys. Listen, MAGA, I know I seem scary and unapproachable, but I'm not. You can come up and talk to me. I promise I won't hurt your fifis. I promise you. Chat, tell them. Can we be honest? Can we be honest? Can you tell them that I've been nice all night? Have I crashed out on anybody? Have I cursed anybody out? Like, be honest, chat. Have I been rude at all tonight? Have I lost my shit like one time yet? See? I've been nice. MAGA, you can get in the box. I promise you I won't hurt you. You said too nice. I'm not going to hurt you, MAGA. It's okay. It's okay. I know it's scary. But Trump supporters, get up here. Get up here. You've been waiting on me to crash out. Not gonna lie, swear. I mean, even though I put you crash out, you lose at the top, like that's for me as well. Like I'm so serious when I say this. If I'm gonna be like super serious, I'm over like getting online and having to yell at people. Like, we're adults. Why do I have to yell at you? That doesn't make sense. I'm tired of getting to the position where like we can't just have an actual conversation. Like, none of that makes sense. So even for me, I'm over crashing out. And so that's why I'm not accepting it from them at all. Not all 2026. No crash outs from them. No crash outs from me. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, I gotta get the right. There we go. There we go. Okay. Okay. You guys got to stop doing that. You know how uncomfortable that makes MAGA, especially like MAGA men. That makes them so uncomfortable when I do the kisses. That makes them super uncomfortable. They don't like it. And they don't like it because they wish it was me kissing them. That's all it is. They just wish they were the ones that were being kissed. We know what it's about. You ain't gotta lie, Craig. You ain't gotta lie. Chat, I don't know. I think that we're at 3 hours and 20 minutes. And they're not requesting up now. Wait, hold on. I don't think this person's a Trump supporter, but let's see. Hi, Bree, are you a Trump supporter?
No, but could I ask you, could we have a conversation about something that I'd like?
No.
It might.
I thought you were gonna say a question. I might have answered that, but we're definitely not gonna have a conversation because I'm looking for some debates. Sorry, Bree. And if I wouldn't have did it, Kay would have. Really? Thank you. Awesome. If I wouldn't have did it, Kay would have took you out because Kay's a hitter. She's like a sniper. Sniper. Oh, no, I don't think you were being rude, Bree, but it's just like we were looking for some debates and not the questions. Sorry. CJ1377, I don't think you're a Trump supporter either because it says you're a subscriber. I'm not even going to bring you in. So, gas price dip. Mikey politics? What do you mean? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Maybe I was too nice tonight. Maybe that's it. Maybe I was too nice and maybe since I was so nice, they don't want to talk to me. Because I know they like to tussle. Also, we know that they like being demeaned, right? Like, let's be honest. The only reason that Trump supporters love Trump is because he talks down to them. He says that they're uneducated, right? He even told them they don't want he doesn't want their support if they if they keep demanding like the release of the Epstein file. So we know that's it. Hi, are you a Trump supporter?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. How are you, friend?
Oh shit. I'm good. How are you?
Good. How's your night going?
It's going pretty good. I like listening to you. I like listening to you specifically for whatever reason. I don't know. There's just some I like. I mean, maybe, but I like your personality more than like Dean Parker and stuff like that. I think you have a better personality.
Oh, it's because I'm black.
Yeah, that's probably true, actually.
It is. Black people have had to learn to laugh at our own pain, and so by nature, we've had to actually, find humor in every situation. Like, so it's kind of mandatory. Anyway, are you a Trump supporter?
Yo. Someone said I had a crush on you in the chat. Let's chill on that.
I mean,
I
maybe
think
it's
Santana's
okay.
a cool guy.
Yeah, I don't care. Like, anyway, are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah. I'm like, the thing is, I would just consider myself like a Republican, not like MAGA, Trump diehard.
But if the election were today, right, knowing what you know, and you had to pick between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, who'd you vote for?
Definitely Trump. But I also just want to say I didn't vote. Like I didn't
That's
vote.
fine.
I thought they were both really bad candidates.
I mean,
but
but
I
the
do.
election was over a year or so ago. Like, I think holding people to, and I was telling this other person earlier, like, I don't even, people come up, I don't say, oh, who'd you vote for? I prefer the question as far as about knowing what you know, because a lot of things have changed since, November of 2024 to today. And so, like, I very much of the mindset of new information, you should be willing to adjust and change. So I guess going back to the question I have overall is like, why? Why do you still support him today, knowing what you know?
Well, I think that the Republican Party has really, well, I could be wrong. You're gonna say I'm wrong for sure, but I think that the Republican Party is just more like, what's the word? Like about the like, well, I think they're both corrupt.
That's fair.
But I think they're more just like truthful, I guess. And what I mean by that is like, what I mean is like, boys can't be boys, or boys can't be girls, girls can't be boys. Like that just like makes like sense to me, and I kind of side with that, but honestly, I'll be honest, like approaching my own.
Let me run something by you real quick, because I heard this the other day, right? And I think this makes so much sense, right? Do you understand transgender people?
I do.
You do. So you understand like the entire premise as far as transgender people and all this other stuff. You understand like all of the ins and outs and the misalignment between the sex assigned at birth and all that. You understand all of that? I can't hear you while you're teacup. You have to come back on the app in order for me to be able to hear you. Debbie's in the chat for Jess for the $10 dono, saying thank you. Thank you, Jess. You're fucking awesome. Thank you. And he ran. Maybe his phone died or he got a phone call. I don't know. Maybe it's one of the two. He was about to Google it. Yeah, maybe. I don't think there's anything wrong with saying like, oh, I don't. I don't think there's anything wrong with saying like, nah, I don't know. I don't think this person gonna load. Load. Yeah, I don't think this person's gonna load. And then this person in the box. How much do you guys want to bet that this person is? Oh, I don't know. Hold on. I think I talked to this person on someone else's live. I don't think he's a crash out. We'll see. Oh, he's gone. He's gone. Okay. You want to be friends with me? You don't want to be friends with me. I'm super aggy. I send my friends like 50 Instagram reels in one day. Like they have to be so annoyed. Hey, you're back.
Yeah, sorry, my phone died. We were talking about transgender people, and you asked me if I understand.
Do you understand the ins and outs, and like, do you understand, the entire premise of transgender people, the misalignments and things like that?
I think so. So I mean, it's basically like you're biologically born a male, but your like brain chemistry and like social aspects of your life lean towards a woman, and you go that extra step to affirm that
No, not really. But you know what? The point wasn't to actually get there. But the overall point, I'll speed run this because I wanted to make sure that I got here right. So many people have an issue saying like transgender people because they don't get it, right? And it's super complicated, right? That's why I kind of cut you off. And it would be like hypocritical for me to sit here and try to boil it down to just a couple of things, and it's not, right? But the point that I'm trying to get to is just because we don't understand it doesn't mean that we have to act on it, or more so you, right? The people who tend to have an issue with transgender people normally say they don't understand it, therefore they think that it should be regulated in one way or the other or whatever. And the point being is that, like, why? I mean, just because you don't understand things doesn't mean that you have to actually regulate things. Hey, quick question for you. Just for TikTok purposes, how old are you?
I'm 25.
Oh, okay. What year were you born?
2000.
Okay, cool.
May.
Okay, cool. But that's the point. And so when you talk about like a Republican Party versus the Democratic Party, I think they both suck. Like, they're horrible.
Wait, well, you think they both suck for what or I missed the part. I missed the before that, sorry.
Oh, I said when you talk about the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, I think they both suck.
Okay. I agree. I agree with that.
I think that I think us having a two-party governmental system is unrealistic, right? Because there's no way you can say that two parties represent the whole of Americans. It's over 350 million Americans. Like, that's stupid.
Are you being like for real?
No, I'm very serious.
Oh shit, ball then. Like, cause yeah, I completely agree.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's unrealistic, and then even more so, like, if we really wanted to get down to the nitty gritty of it, then we want to get rid of like the electoral college and go to like ranked choice voting, right? I mean, that's like a better way to actually get someone who represents the people if we're not going to have multiple parties that's available, right? So anyway, but I think that like the entire governmental system fails to take care of the people. Like, there's so many issues with politics and politicians, money in politics, and the way that they're so worried about playing politics instead of actually taking care of Americans. And so, like, I think both parties uphold like the massively harmful things within politics. Like, they both suck. But the symmetry breaker for me is that the Democrats suck a little less.
Okay. That's really good to hear, man, because I agree with that. I completely agree. And I thought you were kind of just fought so hard for the left because you were just like, that's just your whole entire brain is completely devoted to the left. But like, you understand that your party just sucks less.
Yeah,
and
I mean that's how it is. And like, you'll never hear me call myself a Democrat. I say I'm a leftist, right? Because so like my whole point of view is that I think that like the problem for me with the Democratic Party is that they don't lean into the things that make them special, right? If they actually wanted to win, if they actually wanted to do something, then they would lean into these social safety nets that protect people. Like, why in the fuck, as Americans, we live in the richest country on earth, why the fuck don't we have universal health care? Right?
Yeah.
Like we should have access to all of these things. We should have access to a public option when it came to like higher education, right? Like, all of these things should be like, we should have, if we want more kids, right? Because the people, I always tell like Republicans this, they preach, having more babies and all this other stuff. Then you should be advocating for like social safety nets. You should be advocating for mandatory parental leave when you have babies, and additional health care and food, like all of the things that would make people want to build a family and have a family. So like, if you want to say, oh, no abortions, we need more kids, then like you should do the things. And so Like, I think that both parties suck, but I think the Democratic Party's at least doing a little bit more to help the American people, but it's not a lot. Like, can you do this? Can you name one piece of legislation within the last 60 years that the Republican Party has passed that has overwhelmingly helped everyday Americans?
Man, honestly, I don't. Oh, yeah, probably not. The First Step Act is only for Black people, right?
No. Listen, you know what's so funny about that? Like, people try to frame it as something that Trump did for Black people, in which that's not even true. Like, there's so much more to that. But like, do you know why the First Step Act overwhelmingly benefits Black people?
No, I don't.
Because Black people are over policed.
Oh,
Black people have the highest exoneration rate, right? Black people are exonerated at like, I think, an 80% clip or something, like something extremely high. And so what happens is that Black people are targeted by law enforcement and unjustly targeted. And so when it comes to arrest versus convictions, there's such a huge gap. And then even when you do get a conviction, a lot of times there's evidence that could overturn the conviction, but you know, they're not necessarily, it's not seen through. They don't have the money for the lawyers. It's like so much to it. But the reason why there's like, you know, such a huge discrepancy is because of the way that Black people are policed here in America.
so it's for everybody, but it just may mostly affect Black people because they're obviously like persecuted at like higher numbers and rates and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. I remember I don't know. I heard it on a live somewhere that it was like a Black thing, so I didn't know.
Listen, they always try to put stuff on Black people. It's not. It's a lot of stuff that's Black people. Like, you know, some of the stuff I say is strictly for Black people. Some of the stuff that I say only Black people are going to understand. But when it comes to like legislation and passing legislation, the one thing that I try to make sure people understand is that most legislation that's passed, it's not specifically for one specific race or whatever. It's like something that covers an umbrella of people. And the one thing that I like to tell people as well, though, is like the reason why you would want to do things that's geared, because a lot of people say like, oh, you only want to help Black people. The one thing that people don't understand, though, is that if you do things that are geared towards the Black community, it's going to overwhelmingly help everyone. One, because Black people tend to be the most marginalized group within America. And if you actually specifically make legislation or you do things that help the least among us, it's going to rise everyone. And so by effect, if you can help the most marginalized of us, then other people are going to be helped anyway. But two, like when you do things that are beneficial and like put money in Black people pockets, Black people spend at a higher clip, right? And so the actual economy receives a boost when Black people have money. So like doing these things help more people overall, but a lot of people don't want Black people to have stuff because, you know, racism.
Yeah, I mean, talking to you, man, really is making me start like and addressing my own like beliefs and stuff. Like just talking to you is making me kind of like wonder why I lean right. Like like I said, I lean right, and I do like support the Republican Party, and you know our president Donald Trump and stuff. But I don't know, like I'm pro-choice. I think I don't think any human being needs I don't know if I can say, I'll try to censor it as much. I don't know if I can say it on TikTok. The big pew-pews, the big ones.
Oh, assault weapons.
Yeah, I don't think a human being even needs one.
It's so this is where I stand, because I like to tell people, a lot of people don't know because they all think like, you damn libbies want my guns. But like you know, I'm a card-toting 2A member, right? Like I have a weapon. And like I grew up in a family that hunts and all this other stuff. And for people that try to use the excuse that like, oh, I need it for hunting. Well, if you're hunting with an AR-1, you're a crap shot and you're a horrible hunter. But two, like you're destroying anything that you're actually hunting because you don't use that for hunting. And then you try to make the actual argument. They try to make the argument like, oh, you know, I need it for home protection. Well, like it's technically the best thing for home protection is either a handgun or like a shotgun.
Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, in most situations where home invasions, the people that live in the home tend to get harmed more often than like the bad guy breaking in.
Yeah.
And so the premise behind like, supporting, 2A is kind of a fallacy. Even when you talk about like, they love to say like Democrats are coming to take people's weapons or whatever, but Donald Trump, not only did he infringe on 2A, right, with the bump stock ban, and the Supreme Court said like he literally infringed on everyone's Second Amendment right. But recently he was like, oh, we need to take weapons away from transgender people. And that caused such like an uproar that even the NRA was like, hell no, right? And so like the premise that the Democrats don't support 2A is just like not true. But even more so, I don't trade lives for weapons, right? And I think that we miss the point when we can't agree that kids shouldn't be dying. Like I just can't get with that one. When we get to the point where we're talking about whether it's okay to let kids die or not, like what the fuck are we doing?
Yeah, I completely agree. Like I'm fully with you guys on that. I'm like completely agree. I don't think that human being even like remotely needs one unless they're being attacked by like 500 lions or something. You know what I mean?
Who the fuck is 500 lions? Well, if you're getting attacked by 500 lions, you need to question what the fuck did you do in life?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, no, but listen, the one thing that I will say is because I think that it's such like I appreciate what you're saying, because one of the reasons why I think it's so important what we do is because I say this all the time. I think the Republicans and Democrats, we're all very much alike, right? We all want what's best for us, our family, for our country, and things like that. And we disagree on how we make those things happen.
Can I ask you a quick question? So I'm not sorry, not to
go
cut
ahead,
you off.
you got it.
But hearing you say that, I completely agree. And I'm not the politics are stupid, I don't care. Like I'm not that type of guy, but like why can't we all just come together? Because my thing is, can I finish really quick?
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, you just got me excited with that question.
Yeah. So what I was saying, why can't we just come together and realize that it is us, me and you, right, left, everything in the middle, versus billionaires who controlled the world. They control the music.
No, the fuck you didn't just give it up. Yes.
Yeah,
Now you
what it
fucking
should
got
be.
it. That's the issue right there.
We
you
have
know what it is.
Yeah, what's up?
You know how much money they spend on trying to drive the narrative that like it's us versus them or whatever. Like this is the reason why I don't like identity politics. This is the reason why when people come up and they try to talk about like transgender people, right? Think about this for 2 seconds.
Okay.
Donald Trump spent $215 million on misinformation about transgender people that are less than 1% of the population, right?
Yeah.
And the reason that occurred is because you need a boogeyman. You need something to be a focal point as far as saying like, this is a bad thing and you need to watch out for this. And if you can identify that bad thing and you can tell people to watch out for this, they can focus on not realizing that you're not doing things to benefit them, right? And both parties do it. Both parties. I say this all the time.
Excuse me. I was just about to ask you that. Do you think your party does that? Because I see you guys doing that to cisgender straight white males. You're turning them into villains, like whether you truly believe they are or not.
I don't agree with that one.
Like, but you're saying that Trump attacked, the trans community, but like you guys are labeling cis white males as like what he does, like what he did for like villainizing them.
You know where the symmetry breaker comes in, right?
Yeah, where?
So the Democratic Party ends up like trying to create initiatives that help others, right? And when I say others, I mean like non-white men. And then it got to the point where the Republican Party noticed that and they started pointing it out, and it was like, hey, they're not doing anything for you. And so it got to the point where young white men thought that like, oh, they only care about other people. They don't care about me, right? Because they're not talking about the things for me. And so that was overall weaponized. Now, I do think that on the on the left, we have a tendency of always calling out, white men specifically. And let's keep it a buck. Like a lot of times, a lot of these white men come in and they're not like you, right? They don't sit here and they can't have a conversation with you and I. Most of the times when I get like a young white guy up here, he immediately crashes out, or he's just like, a complete like, the thing should be this way and it's because of me and you guys, there's such a sense of entitlement that makes it easy to make them the villains, right? And but I do think that it's all perpetuated to keep us off track and not focusing on the fact that things aren't happening for us as everyday Americans.
Okay.
I think it happens on both sides.
Okay, I get that. So like, white people basically, realize they're not getting like attention and stuff, so they redirect that anger towards, other,
Yeah,
issues.
because so many people think that if you give someone else something, then it means that you're taking it away from them, and that's not what it means.
And what you do by not villainizing them, but you're just pointing it out. You're just pointing it out like that's what they're doing, and kind of just like letting people know. Okay, I get that now.
Yeah,
I get that now.
The one thing that I'll say is like, and I make this point all the time. It doesn't matter if you're a billionaire that voted for Donald Trump or you're a billionaire that voted for Kamala Harris. If you're a billionaire and Donald Trump passed the BBB, it benefited you whether you wanted to or not. And like the point that I try to get across to people is like caping for billionaires is fucking wild. Like that doesn't make sense because they're going to be fine regardless. So we should worry about each other as Americans. It's not the brown people coming across the southern border that's the problem. It's not the transgender people that want to live. It's not, the black people that want equity. It's literally the ultra wealthy saying that like everyone else is the problem while they're taking everything from everyone.
I completely agree. And I completely agree with that. If you're a billionaire, all you want is the people under you to fucking fight and argue and stress all day, because you get to sit in a penthouse every single day and not do anything. You make passive income, and that whole system that you can just sit here and passively make $1 billion, like that's insane. That is so insane.
Do you know? Have you ever heard the term plutocracy?
No, I've never heard of that.
When we finish up, I want you to go look that up, because a lot of people conflate what's happening and they think, oh, it's it's a oligarchy. It's not. It's a plutocracy. Or fuck it, I'll give it to you. Right? They want to actually have the ultra wealthy as the ruling class, where the government specifically benefits the ultra wealthy. And even more so, they're instituting things that do that to increase the working class, right? The point of having a plutocracy is to basically make more worker bees so the ultra wealthy can be taken care of. And so that's why this current administration is trying to do things like pass legislation that allows for people to start working at a younger age. That's why they're trying to increase the age for you to retire. That's why they're trying to eliminate certain jobs and education to force people back into like manufacturing work and physical labor and things like that. Because what happens is when you can actually create a sustainable working class, then it allows the people who are actually running the government and within the plutocracy to live high on the hog, for a lack of better words, and have these worker bees continuing to take care of them. And that's what the aim is currently.
Yeah, that's literally exactly what the system is completely. Yeah, I mean, I think about that every day. I work in a warehouse, like, I mean, so I just sit, I think all day just about like just random stuff, and that's a really big part of it. But back to like the main point is, how do we do that? How is it possible? Because I think we need to do it fast too, because AI, robots, there's going to be a billionaire in a basement somewhere that's going to program an army of robots to just
That's why I have such a problem with like Donald Trump and the Republicans or whatever, saying, oh, we need to abolish the Department of Education, all this other stuff. And then saying like, oh, we need to bring manufacturing back. We don't need to do that. We should be investing in math, science, STEMs. We should be investing in education to force our country forward in order for people to be able to capitalize on the AI boom, or even more so, we need to regulate AI. I just posted a video on my main page about this. I don't know if do you use Twitter?
No, I don't use Twitter.
Okay, I fucks with Twitter, like still. It's getting a little wicked, but anyway, so I was on Twitter and like, you know, Elon Musk implemented Grok into Twitter, which is like his AI or whatever, right? And so you can like at Grok and, you know, ask questions or do whatever. And so people started to at Grok and have like pictures of Donald Trump. And it was like, they were fucking with Trump. They would say like, hey, there was a picture of Trump and Bibi Netanyahu. And it was like, yeah, paint the face of the PDF file black and paint the face of the baby unalive red. And then Grok would put out a picture, and so Trump's face was black and Bibi Netanyahu's face was red. And they were doing all like the funny clown around shit stuff, right? And then, of course, you know, like people are fucked up, and the dark side of the web realized what they were doing. And so what they started doing was having pictures of like random women and all this other stuff, right? And it would be like maybe a woman posing or whatever, and they would tweet, they would say, hey, Grok, put this woman in a bikini, or put this woman in a weird position or whatever. And they would start doing it, but then it got more fucked up and they started doing it with minors. And this is just AI.
Oh, that's insane, yeah.
Right? This is just AI. So like the AI doesn't have a sense of like, oh, you can't do that, that's kids. It's just AI. And so it's doing what it's programmed to do. And so people started abusing it and making it put pictures of women and children in those types of situations. And then it boiled down to like, the FCC hasn't done anything about it. Twitter hadn't did anything about it. And even more so, Donald Trump passed regulations where he signed an EO that said that states can't regulate AI, right? And he basically made it I can't remember what it's specifically called right now, but it's in the video. But the EO says that companies can sue these states a lot more easily if they try to regulate AI. But the point that I'm getting to is like, at the very least, if we're not going to invest in AI, which we should invest in our people so our people can capitalize on AI. We should at least be protecting our people from AI. And this administration isn't doing either.
Okay. Wow. Like I said, I don't really use Twitter. I don't use Twitter, but yeah,
that's with the Twitter.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy here. And then Donald Trump signed something about it, like in
yeah. Let me
you can sue them.
Let me pull this up. I'll tell you exactly what the EO is.
Because that actually is pretty crazy. Like,
yeah,
like
the EO is let me get here. The EO is it's called the Ensuring a National Policy Framework for Artificial Intelligence. He signed the EO on December the 11th, 2025. And it got a lot of blowback and criticism from both sides because it was telling, you know, the states that they can't institute any type of laws that would regulate AI. And if they did, then they open themselves up for massive lawsuits by companies. And you know why that is though, right?
Why?
Think about all the people that showed up to Donald Trump's inauguration. You got Zuckerberg.
Just a bunch of tech.
Exactly. Yeah. And all these tech companies right now are making massive plays for AI. Let me drop this on you. Did you know that Amazon cut a large portion of their staff, right? They had massive layoffs, but when they cut the people, they said it was connected with AI, right?
Okay.
But it wasn't that they replaced the people with AI. They replaced the people and kept the budget for overhead so they can purchase more chips. That's why companies like NVIDIA has been making, that's why NVIDIA is $1 trillion company, because these AI companies can't buy enough chips. That's why like, even with like RAM for building your own computer, like that's going up. People, they can't get enough chips for AI right now. So they're cutting people's jobs and using the money for their jobs just to buy chips, not to actually replace them with AI, but just to have the money to buy the chips so they can make AI. And so when they're spending this amount of money on the ability to implement AI, then of course they're going to want to be able to do it the way that they want to do it. And so with that being said, if they're donating to Donald Trump and donating to his transition fund, donating to his ballroom, donating to all these other places, then of course he's going to pass legislation that's going to, you scratch my back, I scratch yours. And that's where it all goes around in circles.
Yeah, yeah, and that also just brings us back to, you know, us versus billionaires and how like corporations like run the whole world. Like they control the music you listen to. They control the food you eat. Like
Yeah.
I'm sure you know that it's like scientifically proven. Like they take like the average person's height and then they'll put the main corporations in their eye level. You know what I mean? When you're at the grocery store, like
yeah, well,
M&Ms
that's
and
marketing. That's marketing. Like, and you know, I got my undergrad in marketing, but that's one thing that you do. Like, there's a lot of tricks in ensuring like how you go about certain things, and that's why things are eye level versus being low, or whatever the case may be. Or just like one other trick is having something, instead of having something for $5, they have it for $4.99 because people think they're getting a deal versus it being like $5.
Yep. Yeah, but don't you think that's just like a greedy tactic regardless? Because I mean, these things are worth...
Capitalism is always going to capitalize. Like, that's what I try to tell people all the time. Like, that's why I'm a socialist Democrat, right? I think that we need to worry about those social safety nets and those things that'll help benefit people. I got a lot of friends that are like communists, but like, I don't do the communism because I still like the monies. I like to grift. But like, I think that understanding the need to take care of the people more than anything else, it's what's important. And so, you know, that's where I fall.
Yeah,
you don't have socialist Republicans. You just don't.
Honestly, I don't even, can you just like really quick in like 10 seconds, just like explain like what socialism even is? Because I honestly don't know what that even means.
Yeah, socialism is where the workers own in the means of production. So if you actually, overall socialism is if you actually like manufacture certain things, then you get direct benefits from the things that you manufacture, like super simple and really bad terms. But there's also a huge difference between socialism and socialist programs. I mean, we already deal with socialist programs like the police department, like the fire department, things like that. But socialist programs in America, the way that would look is like you and I have already agreed on it, like universal health care, or at least a public option. You know, having public options, I think that's a great way for us to go, where people can still have their private access, but everyone is guaranteed a public option.
Okay. Yeah, that does make sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Anyway,
mean,
listen, I've enjoyed this conversation, but I'm not gonna hold you. It's time for me to skedaddle, and I gotta go catch up with my wife. She just skedaddle, so I gotta get out of here.
Okay, all good. Yeah, thank you I enjoyed the conversation as well.
Here.
And you know, making me approach my own beliefs and ideas and stuff, like it makes me like think more, and
we have to do that. Like, if you're not challenging your ideas on a daily basis, then your ideas aren't worth shit. Like the things that I believe, I'll give you this one last nugget. I spend a lot of time when I'm not live, I spend a lot of time in lives of people that are like way smarter than me. And
I do too.
The reason why I do that is because they challenge the way that I think. And the reason why I like that is because I always say, if you're the smartest person in the room, you're in the wrong room. And you never want to be the smartest person in the room. And you always want to actually always, you know, be critical of yourself and always pushing yourself to be better. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I do too, but I literally can't be in like a Dean or Parker stream for more than like
not
10
too much
minutes.
on my little brothers now. Hold on. Those are my little brothers.
I know that you're their friends, but like, I don't know, you have a better personality. Like, I find I literally can't be in there for more than like 10 minutes. But
I'll tell you this, right?
Spend a lot of
there's
time
so
in,
many
yours.
there's so many places where you can actually learn and grow. Just find like who fits you best. Not everyone fits everyone. So there's people, I'm just not their cup of tea, and I can understand and respect that. But just make sure that you're finding someone that not only find someone that isn't giving you confirmation bias, but challenging the way that you think. Like, that's the important thing.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you for having this conversation.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate you.
Yeah, have a good night. Thank you.
You as well. Thank you. I think it's a good way to end, chat. Did we not have any crash outs today? Holy fuck, we didn't have any crash outs. Almost 4 hours and nobody crashed out. What the fuck just happened? Is the world healing? There may be a chance. There may be a chance. I don't know. Debbie's in the chat for, I think it's pronounced Amy N. I know I'm messing up your name. Sorry. But thank you so much for the $10 donation saying A-Money. A-Money. I appreciate you. Debbie's in chat for Amanda for the $5 donation saying, please recommend A Bug Life to these people. Oh, A Bug. People have no idea. Yes, watch A Bug's Life. If you want to understand, watch A Bug's Life. Like, that's goated. Debbie's in the chat for Junior, who sent a $1 donation saying Santana, the white guy whisperer. You know what? I think it's just, I think I'm good at speaking to young guys, like young men, because guys are stupid and I'm stupid. And so like, that's it. That's all it is. I'm a simple man with a simple mind, and men are quite often pretty simple, and sometimes you just got to be simple. Debbie's in the chat for Ace Patch. I'm not going to read off what you said, but thank you for the $2 super chat. But come on now. Stop it. Stop cutting up over on YouTube. Stop it. All right, guys. Like, seriously, I got to get out of here, though. Thank you all for hanging out. Look, one last call. Look up at the top. If you see the word follow, you're not following me. Hit that follow button. Hit that follow button. But not only hit that follow button, turn on notifications. Turn on your notifications so you know when I go live. Hit that follow button. Follow the backup account as well. We'll be back in the morning. Same bat time, same bat place. I'm going to get out of here. I appreciate all of you wonderful, beautiful people. And should I just end? Should we don't want to do the outro, right? Nobody wants the outro. We should just end, right? I should just like cut it short right here. No one wants to hear the outro. We should just turn off the live. Just shut it down right here, right now, right? You want the outro? You guys don't want the outro. Stop it. Chat.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my God. Stop fucking lying.
Omega, you said do it. All right. Let's go.
You stepped in a box. Now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here. You better take your best swing. Mike Hot, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, this a mind game. Facts type lies, get left in chain. One wrong word, get slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Great stats and get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit.
Hey, guys. This was a good night. This is a good night. I know that you guys were a little mad at me because I spoon-fed some people, but I think it was worth it, right? I think it was absolutely worth it tonight. And I appreciate the fact that we didn't have any crash outs or weird shit for the most part. Because I'm tired of the weird shit. I'm too old and I'm weary and I can't do the weird shit. Anyway, thank you guys for hanging out with me this evening. I hope everyone has an amazing rest of your night. Before you leave, make sure you hit that follow button. If you're over on YouTube, make sure you hit that thumbs up and make sure you follow me over on YouTube as well. Santana Speaks. Also, follow the IG. If you guys are on Instagram and you're not following me, Santana24J, follow that too. Anyway, I love you guys. Each and every one of you. If I could give you big hugs and kisses, I would. And I give the best hugs. Not gonna hold you. My hugs are better than everyone else's. Anyway, I love you guys. Thank you guys for the gifts, the taps, the shares, the likes. Thank you all for hanging out with me. Thank you all for being here. I love you all. I'll see you all tomorrow. And as always...